So many people I know who use AI, ask it questions and think that the results that they get back is the answer. And it seems like people are more interested in getting an answer that can allow them to stop thinking about the question than really finding out what the real answer is. I'm so interested in what AI really can know based on what is and not what we tell it we think it is.
We are here today to discuss Rick's new album, The Way of Code. Rick, what is The Way of Code?
The Way of Code is a book about vibe coding. And it's a book about vibe coding by way of a 3,000-year-old spiritual text called the Tao Te Ching, written by Lao Tzu. So it's an interesting, the idea of a 3,000-year-old wisdom teaching combined with cutting-edge technology. That's what The Way of Code is. And the subtitle is The Timeless Art of Vibe Coding. And I like the idea of the timeless art of vibe coding, considering the term vibe coding is maybe 10 weeks old.
Yes.
I felt we now have the timeless art of something 10 weeks old is interesting to me.
So here it is. And it's weird to hear you call it a book, because when you first sent me the link and I started reading it, it felt like I was using software. So why do you call it a book versus a website or an app or the many other things you could have described it as?
Well, I wrote it as a book. It started as a book, and then I happened to meet, I invited Jack Clark onto the Tetragrammaton podcast, and I recorded with him. The episode's not out yet, but we recorded about 3 weeks ago, and I had just finished the book. And after the podcast, I said, I wrote this book. Do you want to check it out? And he looked at it and he said, I feel like there's a way we could do something with this, build it into a website, and have a way to demonstrate vibe coding within the website. So that's how the website came about.
Gotcha. Well, it feels kind of poetic for it to be vibe coding and have built-in vibe coding with each verse.
The idea of, originally, the Anthropic people said, could you give us a list of prompts to create the art? And I said, I think the art would be best created using the text of the book to create the art. And then we can give it mods to modify the art. And we'll suggest some mods, but you can also make up your own mods. So you can say, I want it to look like it was painted by Cezanne, or I want it to look like it's melting, or I want it to look like, what's the Nordic version look like? And it'll do those things. Or what's the Technicolor version? Or make it spin fast or make it spin slow. You can ask it to make whatever changes you'd like it to.
So my head was exploding when I saw this, because it felt like watching the art of remixing music, which I've heard Ben talk about many times. Before, as the heart and soul of hip hop, right? Sampling. That's the first thing that I saw when that it evoked for me when I read this. Is that where the idea came from?
All art is a version of sampling and remixing. It doesn't start from zero. We come in empty. We feed back based on what's coming at us. And that's what all artists do. So remixing is kind of what all art is. We know it very specifically in the hip hop world, but that's really when the Beatles listened to Roy Orbison and then wrote Please Please Me based on his Roy Orbison's Please song. That was remixing. It's always been that.
And why do you think there's kind of such strong resistance to kind of this version, this kind of remixing? So both with sampling and vibe coding to a large extent.
Rick Rubin interview that he just did with, I guess, some people from A16Z. going over his book, Vibe Coding. So I guess he wrote a book on vibe coding, the way of the code. So yeah, just hearing what he has to say, I know he's really good at music.
Like a lot of people got very upset that, it's not being done the old way. Like here's this new version of the thing that we all do.
I think there's a misconception that the computer now does the work, but really the computer it's another tool. It's like a guitar or a sampler, or it's another tool in the artist's arsenal. But the reason we go to the artists we go to, or the writers we go to, or the filmmakers we go to, is for their point of view. The AI doesn't have a point of view, right? Its point of view is what.
I think he just touched on something really good there. The AI doesn't have a point of view. At least right now, it doesn't have a point of view. And humans are the ones who are doing all the creation, actually. And so it's just a tool to enhance your creativity, it appears. So, but anyway, I like what he's saying here because his perspective is pretty good on this. I'm probably not super aligned with him in a lot of stuff, but I do believe he has a good perspective when it comes to like humanity or soul and how it could fit in with technology in some way.
What you tell it the point of view is to be. So you can have a script, a great script for film, and you give it to 5 great directors and you'll get 5 very different movies. It's true with everything. If you give the same song to different artists, they interpret it differently. So AI gives you the ability to take your ideas, feed it into this machine, and then get back different iterations that normally you would do, but it would just take you much longer. It's more of a modeling process.
Yeah.
If you understand it as you're not just asking it to make art, you're asking it to bring your dreams to life in the same way that you would in a wood shop. Say it's the same thing. It's just another tool for you as the artist to make the thing that you want to make. If you think it's doing it, it's only doing what you're telling it to do, and all it knows is what other people have told it to do. It doesn't.
Dude, that is so right. People have this big misconception that AI is creating its own things, when in reality, it's humans that are using it to create things. He's hitting it spot on here. And you don't hear that enough. And the people that you do hear it from, it appears that they're definitely more politically right, far right. Tech bros that are far right. But no, he has a good point.
Doesn't have any of its. I don't know that it has any of its own thoughts yet, and I don't know if it's possible. I feel like the real strength of it would be if it could have its own thoughts.
Yeah.
It seems like the companies that control this really want to keep it to the way humans do things.
Yeah. Well, and that's currently that's the current state of the art for sure. So in a sense, it's it's like a guitar or a pen or anything that you would create art with. It's just at a different level. We went through this in computer science early on, where it used to be machine coding. We called it machine coding, which we did with punch cards, and you would basically instruct the machine on like, okay, move this bit, from here to there. And these kinds of things, and jump to this line in the program and so forth. And then we got to higher level programming, and there was great resistance, by the way, from the kind of people who are great at assembly code, because they said, well, that high level programming is so inefficient. Like, how could you waste all those computer cycles? It's horrible. At every step of the way, I think the crafts people at the prior generation of tools get a little upset about the kind of new generation of tools.
The beauty of this tool is that for those of us who are not coders and those of us who are not technical,
most of the world,
we can now play in that sandbox where before there was this barrier: learn to code. You don't need to learn to code anymore. So that's the beauty of it. It democratizes it and makes it for everybody.
Yeah, no, quite amazing. the other thing that
I don't know that it's necessarily a good thing that everything is becoming democratized. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm a bigot for thinking that. But should everyone have access to everything is the real question. I think not.
that I thought was great about the art of vibe coding is it kind of you kind of give a philosophy for what a human is.
But I guess with this thing, I don't necessarily think it's a bad idea. But I don't know that everybody should have access to it. Like, it's a very hard line in the sand to draw. I get it. But I don't know. Just something about that doesn't sit right. Because there's some not good people out there that could do some not good things with the technology. But who am I? That's a risk you take. I don't even know how you would go ahead and monitor that. But anyway, I digress.
In a way that I think a lot of people are questioning now. So it's like, well, what's if we can't, write marketing collateral, or we can't, code, like what's our purpose? And you get kind of deep into that. And how do you think about that, I guess?
Well, I think that's the reason I chose the Lao Tzu, the Tao Te Ching to base it on, because the Tao Te Ching is how to live, how to be. It's the way. The translate way. Yeah. So the way of code is it's talking about how to be in life, and it's a grounding. And I'm imagining so many of the people who are coders probably have never read the Tao Te Ching. So, and the coders will likely be the people who are designing our future. So if this is an opportunity for the people who are designing our future to get in touch with the 3,000-year-old truth of how to create balance in life and on the planet, that seems like a really good thing.
Yes, yeah, no doubt. It's funny because I have read the Tao Te Ching, but only because I have a friend who's a professor of Chinese who did a translation. And I was like, oh, well, I'll read that. But it was pretty cool to see it come back to life in kind of such a modern and also a nicely kind of condensed way where, you pulled out the best parts. So it was super enjoyable to read.
So my experience was 10 weeks ago or so, I heard this phrase, vibe coding. I don't know what it is. I don't know about anything in that world. And then the next week I saw an image of me related to vibe coding, and I'd never seen that image. I thought it was an AI image. It turned out to be a real photograph, just one I'd never seen. I'm wearing headphones and I have my hands on a mouse, and it was in Germany at a hi-fi convention, and I was listening to those headphones very closely. My eyes were closed, and the mouse was controlling the volume. And that's what I was doing in the photograph. And somehow the hive mind picked that image to be associated with vibe coding. And I started seeing it used thousands of times. And then the following week, there's a company called Cursor, which I don't really know what they do, but it seems to be something to do with coding.
Yes.
You had the 15 rules of vibe coding, and my picture was at the top. And I thought, it's just so strange. This is my understanding of the world somehow been enlisted in this. And then the question was, okay, obviously the universe is pulling me into this, and how do I participate? What's my role? What am I supposed to do now? I thought the first thing I did was I wrote a tweet, because I do these tweets every day that are philosophical thoughts. And it was the first time I ever did a joke tweet. And the joke tweet read,
we're listening to Rick Rubin.
Tools will come and tools will come.
Tools
will come and tools will go. Only the vibe coder remains.
Right now. Reaction video. I don't think I can do reaction videos
and
on TikTok.
It performed well.
And
it was interesting to see, Bob. This is really resonating. Typically, maybe
on TikTok
20 times or 50 times response to the typical tweet. Like, something's going on here. There is something here. And then I thought, okay, that's a step involved. What would be more interesting than writing a book about something I don't know anything about? That'd be interesting. Yeah. Do that. And again, as a joke, vibe coding for idiots. But when the idea of using the DAO as the basis
I gotta get
for
my
it,
tripod.
the DAO is really serious. So even though
Very serious. Yes.
very serious, it started as a joke. When the DAO became the backbone of it, it got profound. And, it surprised me. And I realized this can actually do something good. And then it happened very quickly. And now you get to play with it now.
Yeah, no, it was funny, like I actually found it grounding for myself, which is a remarkable achievement, I think.
So I will say that one thing that I kind of liked when he said, "Oh, dude, thank you for the rose. That was very, very much appreciated. Thank you very much." I think we have to do a podcast together, by the way. We already got like 7 episodes recorded. We have like 8 more lined up to go. So we're ready to rock and roll. They should be dropping next week. That's the goal. That is the goal. So, but thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we'll have to coordinate on that. Unless we already have something. I don't know. I have a lot scheduled, so I'll have to check my email. I'm all about it. Nice. Dope. Yeah, DM me, and we'll get something on the schedule because I think it would be great to talk to you. So, yeah, vibe coding is the punk rock of software. That's what Rick Rubin calls vibe coding, by the way, the punk rock of software. I like his perspective so far. He has definitely emphasized that people are the creative ones in the activity with the AI. It's not, that's what I do. I'm launching a new community this weekend. Oh, dude, no way. That's awesome. Good for you, man. Yeah, we'll definitely have to talk because I'm working on the same thing, just a little bit different with the people I've been doing the podcast with. We'll have to talk about that some more. But how people are the creative ones. Been busy as hell. Yeah, I hear you. Me too, man. Trying to be more productive with a little bit of my downtime as well, which is why I picked up streaming. So we'll see how it goes. I'm committing to, we'll see how well it goes, but I'm committing to like 4 hours a night. I'm just sitting here. My offer stack is really solid. Oh, dude, right on. That's awesome. That's real awesome. But vibe coding, I just want to touch on this real quick from what he was saying. He made a great point that people are the creative ones in the endeavor in the interaction with AI. I couldn't agree more. And so he is encouraging people to be creative when using it. So let's go back to listening to a little bit. I'll pop in and out of the chats here.
Given I think about this all day.
I don't know if I show this to you guys.
One thing that I wanted to ask you is,
we can listen.
A thing that happened in music, kind of in the transition from the kind of, I would say, the virtuosity era of the kind of 70s and early 80s going into kind of a little bit both punk rock, but then into hip hop, was there was like this, when you didn't have to be a virtuoso, the energy of the music became completely different. And you got these whole different kind of sounds, ideas, everything. But you seeing something similar with vibe coding where like software is going to be a whole different experience now?
It's the same idea of the democratization of a technology. So in the past, for music, you had to go to...
What do you guys think about democratizing technology? Is it good? Is it bad? Should everyone have access to equal amounts of technology? I don't know. I said that I'm skeptical of that. I get why it's a nice thought, makes everybody feel warm and fuzzy and fair. But do you want everyone to have access to everything, like powerful technology? I don't know. What are your thoughts?
The conservatory and study for years and years, and then someday you could play in a symphony. And then when punk rock came along, you could maybe learn 3 chords in a day. And then there were all these bands, and that made it everybody, and that was how I started in music, was punk rock. If you had something to say, you could say it. You didn't need the expertise or skill set other than your idea and your ability to convey it. And vibe coding is the same thing. It's the punk rock of coding.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And it's kind of, it's very exciting to me for kind of the generation that we were kind of during the hip hop era. Like for the people, like it's exciting, you know, if you're our age, but if you're 20, it's a whole new world. Like, oh wow, we're going to build a whole new world. So, yeah, I am.
Okay, so you do vibe coding, vibe marketer. I've been hearing this term thrown around there a lot. Vibe marketer. I mean, what exactly is a vibe marketer? It seems to me that you're just, not you specifically, but the term vibe marketer is just someone who may use AI to create their marketing. I don't know, but that's been going on for a while now. So what's the distinction between vibe marketer and a regular marketer? Same thing, just for marketing? What do you mean? Like, marketing was always just words and vibes. So is it just like a rebranding of what marketing is? And everyone should have access and training. Fair enough. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. Should everyone? Give me a second. Okay. It's all good. Should everyone have access and training to things like vibe coding and vibe marketing? I don't know. I'm skeptical.
I'm like super fired up about that part of it. And the the way of the vibe coder kind of like cements that, where like, okay, why are we here? Well, we're we're part of the things that matter in this universe.
I like the idea of making the code do what it doesn't want to do, where it wouldn't naturally go. You know, it's not the most obvious thing. The first thing you get back will probably be the most obvious version. But when you see the most obvious version, it might give you ideas of what you could suggest to get something that's a little more interesting, maybe more subversive, which is what most art tends to be.
Right. Well, and it's a whole new palette, which, for an artist, it's very hard to work. Like if you have to be better than or newer than or more interesting than Michelangelo at sculpting, that's very, very hard. But if you've got a whole new tool set, then there is no precedent. You're kind of really free to express yourself.
I think the biggest disconnect that I feel myself is that it's such a strong tool that can do so much. We need some examples of some of the different things it can do. Now we'll see it can make animation that looks like your favorite cartoon, and then you see a million people doing that. But that's one idea. I want to see all of the things it could do to understand what's possible, instead of just, I'm going to get it to do the same thing everyone else is getting it to do.
Yeah.
I think it's beyond our scope to understand what it actually can do. And I'm looking forward to some of the people who push the boundaries to see what it can do, and demonstrate for us and give us, because if you see someone who pushes it in one direction, it opens a door or a window to say, oh, it can go that way. So maybe I can make it go this way too. And no one's ever done that. And you can see where those boundaries are and continue pushing to see how far it can be stretched.
Mark, if you could channel your inner Marshall McLuhan, right? And you hear Rick talking about how the meme of him Ghiblified, vibing with the mouse 10 weeks ago, makes it through cyberspace and results in literally a new book 10 weeks later. What would you say? What is going on here?
I believe, Rick, I think I may have sent you that photo.
of you at the keyboard at the computer, and you probably saw it already, but I think I sent it to you some weeks back when it first came out, and I remember that because I believe you said, "Oh, that's not me, that's AI generated," and so it was like an inverse deep fake. Right? Your immediate reaction was, "Oh, that's AI generated," and then it turned out to be real. And so,
is a person standing behind me with a
what do you say? The utilizing AI no code and automations to replace your team, marketers, AI employees, MCP, NAN, GPTs. Okay, yeah, okay, I get it now. It's just basically, so if you are using NAN or Make or some other automation platform to automatically generate the marketing for you, obviously connecting it up to some sort of pipeline, short definition pipeline. Okay, yeah. So just so I understand, you create an automation that then has something generating the marketing for you, the creative, like images, videos, and then it distributes it for you. So just, yeah, I mean, that's what would make sense to me. Okay, cool. Vibe marketing.
name tag, and then I realized, oh,
Thank
that's
you.
that hi-fi show.
So is this like an inversion? Like you often talk about, your great love of professional wrestling. You often talk about how it's more real. It's actually more real than other sports. Is are we entering a world in which like things that are AI generated are more real, or things that we think are AI generated are more real? Like is there the inversion of a deepfake?
That sounds right to me. That sounds right to me. The reason I have the belief I have about wrestling is that wrestling, we know it's fake, and they're honest about it being fake, right? And so we get to suspend our disbelief and go along with this story, right? Whereas when you turn on the news, right, they make believe it's real, or a book about physics, like right, some of that's real, or math, some of it.
Start with a trained GPT, NAN, then MCP with an RAG trained agent using open source AIs. I built these. I have a video where I show it. Okay, cool. No, that's really good to know. Okay, so you would create like a custom GPT, connect it to NAN to be the one that communicates and translates. I also build voice agents. Nice. No, that's really good to know. Yeah, I haven't made any voice agents. I've made some automations, some very basic AI agents, but nothing like that. Cool. Yeah, I'll have to watch your video on that. Because I've seen a lot of people do automations for their social media. That seems to be a really popular thing to do right now. But I haven't done that yet. I still do it the old school way because I don't really mind. I build a lot of cool stuff. It sounds like you build a lot of cool stuff. So I'm assuming you're doing pretty well for yourself in the space then. You probably got a few good clients, making some decent coin. I'm going to go turn on the other lights. I try to do the traditional streamer stuff where you got your lights going, they're flashing, they're different colors, but I don't know, it's giving me a headache. I can't do it. It
may be real, but mathematics doesn't make the world.
A 5-day vibe challenge and 3 tools. Oh, dude, that's real cool. That's real cool. I was thinking about creating something like that too. I've been seeing some ads going around for this like 28-day AI challenge. It's supposed to teach you how to use AI in a very simple way. After 28 days, you'll be pretty proficient at it. I've been thinking like, man, there has to be something that I could do with that. And even with the podcast that, we're creating, I'm trying to think of ways that we can collaborate and offer tons of value to a lot of people. Built this the last 60 days. I learned over 100 AI tools this year. Wow, dude. So you're just soaking it all up. You're like a learning machine. Were you doing anything in tech before this? Like, do you have a background in it?
exists, and then mathematics is an overlay that explains it. But then sometimes there are these exceptions where, oh, well, the math doesn't work, so we create a black hole, or we come up with some way for it to make sense.
Right.
Maybe it's just wrong. We know the natural world around us, we can trust. It's the only thing we can trust as it's here. If that's not a simulation, or maybe if it still could be real in our experience.
Yeah. I think, Steve, you agree with this. A view of the world that you could have is if you see somebody standing on a stage or on television and they are telling you that something
It's been tremendous. Several degrees, certifications, and I've been building with AI for 3 years. Nice, man. Yeah, I've been playing around with AI for about 2 years, 3 years, 2 years, about 2.5, I would say. But I haven't done like that. Let's see. Been a high-level business guy in restaurant industry for 30 years. Wow, dude. That's really cool. I've noticed that a lot of entrepreneurs have really jumped into space, like serial entrepreneurs. I'm a serial entrepreneur myself, if I should say. I had a few businesses. My last business was probably the most successful, but it wasn't super successful. I did well. I was able to sell it, so that's something. But no, that's cool, man. So are you like a restaurateur or just working at the upper levels of like a hospitality group or big restaurant change?
is real,
Or do you
they're
have-
probably they're either lying or they're overrepresenting what they know.
They're telling you what they believe.
Okay.
Nice.
Like if you go to school for something,
Right.
and in school tells you this is how it is,
Right.
then you'll continue saying that. But I spoke to
Area of B or area B or GM training, GM for over 9 different franchises, area manager. Gotcha. Okay, cool. No, that's real cool, man. So you got some high level experience on logistics, managing all that stuff and seeing things from like a 10,000 foot overview. Corporate Fridays, 11 years. Nice. No, that's cool, dude. Good for you, man. And so what made you transition? If you have, maybe you haven't, maybe you're still doing your day job and you're just doing this stuff on the side for fun. I don't know.
the top brain surgeon in the world, neurosurgeon, and I asked him, of the textbook that's currently being taught in medical school today, how much of the information is accurate and how much of it is wrong? He said, at least 50% of it is wrong.
Awesome.
Right.
And I said, well, based on the 50% being wrong,
It was for you.
what happens based on that? And he said, it's incalculable, the damage that is done.
What exactly are you going to be doing in the transition? Like just working on your own business? Or just, I don't know, like you have something else lined up, or are you just going to be trying to create your own thing? If you don't mind sharing. I have a master's degree in animation and visual effects, bachelor's in web design, digital design, building my own brand. Good for you, man. That's awesome. That's real good. I wish you very well and that very, much success. Very well. I'm trying to do the same thing over here. I help entrepreneurs, and I build no-code AI tool SaaS. Nice, man. Good for you. Good for you. Yeah, I do like workshops, the podcast I'm building, do some consulting. Like we have a call tomorrow morning, early in the morning, for a client that I actually met over YouTube. So shout out YouTube. There's nobody on YouTube watching this, and that's okay. We've been going for 35 minutes. We got hours to go. Nice. Yeah, I've got a few from TikTok too, man. So don't sleep on TikTok. TikTok is good at bringing in business if you know how to bring in the business. And I don't even have many views or followers. I only have 44 subscribers on YouTube, and YouTube's already making me money. So, yeah, you got to get everywhere.
I've done
That's awesome.
based on believing the 50% that's wrong and currently being taught.
Are you creating SaaS for them, or are you making applications that you are trying to then like sell to them? 6,000 followers on Facebook. I've done a 1,000-minute live on TikTok and booked a couple people, but no client yet. Gotcha. 6,000 followers on Facebook. Nice, dude. Good for you, man. That's amazing. So you got a huge platform to dive into, bro. I'd be all over Facebook, especially in your local community, man. Not that I'm, here to be giving you advice or anything, but if I was in that situation, I would be all over Facebook and just diving deep into my local community, because there's so much opportunity wherever you live. Unless you live in like some real techie place, then maybe not. But if you're like in the Midwest, like myself, yeah. I have tools built. I have community. I have challenges. I have free lead magnets. Nice. So hopefully you've been creating a lead list, like your lead list, your email list. That would be great. I've even done that over TikTok. Real simple. All I've done. This is very true, and I think that this is a testament to just being able to execute. Right? I am not Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm focused, bro. I'm in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio. I'm 4 hours away from you. I'm right outside of Akron. I'm like 10 minutes away from Akron, 40 minutes away from Cleveland. That's nuts. I'm focused, stolen real estate agent, and selling my voice agent for their clients. Nice. Good for you, man. I hope that really works out for you. Oh, okay. Yeah, man. So we're pretty close. But lead magnets, dude, I think TikTok is a gold mine for collecting lead magnets. Ohio, my wife would agree with you. I don't really care. I'm originally from Michigan. Heartbreakingly, we moved away from Arizona last year. Actually this year, started this year. We lived there for a good deal last year. We moved back this year, and I miss it out there. I miss it out west. The West is much more beautiful than the Midwest or the East Coast. Sorry, had to say it. Anyway, bro, I don't know if you're doing this. I'll have to check out your videos. What's worked for me, I've built up like 30 people's emails by making TikTok videos. Got a couple off of YouTube as well, but all I've done is just like make a free thing. This is like, by the way, I think how people should really, really be going about starting businesses, getting leads today, because it's free and you don't do any work until the demand is there. So just like print on demand, you just have supply on demand. So you make an offer, you have offers on demand. So what I did is I would say, hey, comment this below and I will give you a free whatever, right? I would just make it up on the spot. Like, I think this would be a good idea. We're just going to give you a free this. And once I started getting interaction, like with the prompt template, I didn't have anything created when I made the video. I had nothing created when I made the video. I just said comment, prompt, or AI or GPT, whatever I said, and I will send you a free 100 prompt template from ChatGPT. As soon as I got somebody to be like, yeah, I want that. You know what I did? I then made the prompt template. I worked on making the prompt template. Build as you go. That's what I do. 100%. Like, I only build when there's demand. And I test out where the demand is at. I mean, I have offers, right? Now that I've really tested the market and I know what is working. Like, but I've built up 30 emails on TikTok alone and also a couple off of YouTube. And I have 44 subscribers on YouTube. I have like 261 followers on TikTok. I've made 2 sales off of TikTok. I've made a sale off of Instagram, and I made a sale off of YouTube. I have a very small following, and I've been monetizing my channel way earlier than people who, well, I don't even know why people wait until 1,000 follow. Like, bro, you can start making money from your socials today, especially on TikTok. Just make a decent video, get decent traction, have a decent call to action, and you can start making some money. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not making a ton of money off of it yet. We have other things that, are going on that will do very well. But monetizing social media is not that hard. I have 2 coaches and have a list, 90 subs to a newsletter, 30 emails, and several videos that help. Nice. Good for you, dude. Sounds like you're crushing it. I made about 1K overall. Dude, good for you, man. Good for you. It does take time. I don't know how long you've been doing it. I know I've only been really making content now for 2 weeks. Yeah, like we got a workshop tomorrow. We'll see who shows, to be quite honest with you. 2.5 years. Okay, cool. I have a workshop tomorrow. It's the first one. I think I jumped the gun on it a little bit. My goal was to sell 20 tickets by then. I don't think I've sold any. And that's okay because I'm working on a better plan to get out there. And also, to be fair, I wasn't giving it my all on selling the tickets, which is fine. I am going to be refocusing on the workshops a lot more. I've built up a lot. Like I said, I've really only been truly making content and coming up with these mass offers the past 2 weeks. So the workshop's a relatively new idea. So I haven't talked about it much with anybody in my community, anybody on my socials. I have here and there, but not a whole lot. But the past week I've been marketing like crazy. There's a lot of interest for it. Just not enough notice for people to show. So I will be doing them weekly, and they'll pick up over time. We have a better strategy going about marketing. Last 6 months, I pivoted and have been building and setting my cool AI guy brand. Nice. Good for you. No, that's what's up, dude. That's what's up.
Odd.
Right.
Starting with the idea that we know nothing.
Right.
And it's a safe, honest way to live. And I don't believe I know anything. I'm starting with a blank slate. Every day is new. I'm constantly surprised, and my perception of the world changes constantly.
Right. So back to your professional wrestling version of this idea. So would it be fair to say that like fiction is more honest than nonfiction?
And poetry can be more honest than prose.
Right.
Because open in a way that the person who's taking it in, it's true of the Way of Code too. When you read it, if you read
That's
it
now,
now,
man, working full time, doing this on the side, it's a lot. I've just been focusing on this for maybe a month, but like I said, I didn't start posting content till like 2 weeks ago. But for about a month now, I've been just focusing solely on this, trying to get it right. And I think that I've hit on what I need to do. So hopefully you've done that yourself. It sounds like you have. You built up a newsletter. You built up an email list. You got some coaches. That's great.
and if you read it again in a year, it'll mean something different in a year.
Right.
That's how the world is. You have new perceptions. You can remember something that happened to you when you were young, and when you were young, you think it meant one thing, and now you can look back. It's like, oh, this whole other thing was going on. I didn't understand that yet. Or you could have a dream, and if you write down your dreams, they seem like these surreal things. You don't know what. That all makes sense, and it's all exactly what was going on in that time, but I was too close to see it.
There's a great book this guy wrote called The Half-Life of Facts. So half-life from physics, which is sort of the rate of decay of particles in physics at a predictable but kind of random rate, and that statistically predictable rate, and then facts, FACTS, statements of knowledge. And so the thesis of the book basically is that factuality of facts decays at basically at a mathematical model that's the same as the rate of like the decay of radioisotope. And basically any fact that you think you have, there's a half-life to it. And so like within whatever 10 years or 20 years or whatever.
Last 60 days went from 120 to 830 followers here on TikTok. Best platform currently. That's amazing, dude. Good for you. Yeah, I've started to hit some traction. I had like under 100 followers, like 80 or something. Maybe it was, I don't know. It wasn't many. It was maybe like 20 2 weeks ago. So I've been shooting up too. Are you downstairs, Paige? Yeah. Are you Out of the bedroom? Yeah. Can you bring me up a water? Can you bring me up my chew? And are you going to come hang out? Yeah. All right. Maybe bring up an apple too. Actually, bring up an apple for sure. Thanks.
Where it is, like at some point.
Post every day is key. Go live once a day at least. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm going to start doing. I've been going on and off for my lives until yesterday. I was sitting up here late at night, just finished, kind of a busy day of work. However, my work is interesting now, especially like when you don't, the businesses I've ran have been like real service businesses. And when you get busy, you get traction, you got to do a lot of physical work until you scale up, you get employees, whatnot. This, it's a little bit different, man. It's like the work comes in bursts. So anyway, get a lot of stuff done during the morning, not really, late morning, whatever. Do my podcast with a guest, make content, and get meetings, go to events, etc. Start building up what I'm going to do for the week, try to get some deals lined up, whatever. But later at night, I find that there's a good time to brainstorm. And so I was sitting here last night thinking, I know I'm going to watch these videos, get some education, stay up to date in space. Cool. You've been busy too. You seem busy too. Yeah, dude. I've been very busy, especially with the podcast. Ever since that started taking off, Guests Want to Go. I have a lunch set with the CEO of Akron Innovations. On Monday, him and I are meeting up. I got, coffee I'm grabbing with the president of the Chamber of Commerce on Friday. I'm doing a speech in Barberton, June 24th. I have a free webinar we're hosting, by the way, through MyBiz Coaches, a coaching company I partnered with. We have a free webinar over AI that I'll be doing June 6th. And then we have our weekly workshops that we'll be pushing out, bringing on a sales rep who's a crusher, by the way, a straight crusher. Love it. That's cool. Congrats. Thanks, man. Thanks. So, yeah. Anyway, the story as to why I decided, you know what? I need to just stream as I learn this stuff. I was sitting here yesterday watching these videos, and I thought to myself, as I watched the reaction video, because I slid a little bit, and I was like, I'm not going to watch something about AI. I'm going to watch something more enjoyable. And I enjoy politics. I enjoy debate. I enjoy cultural debate. So I started watching reaction videos of people who I like. Then I thought to myself, why can't I do the same thing? It's very simple. It's almost lazy content in a way. And if I just do it for hours a day at night, it makes my nights more productive. And just like you were saying, it could get more leads, could make for a bigger following. So I'm committing to going live every night. Yep, very cool. And it's a great way to get monetized. 100%. 100%. So still got 0 viewers on YouTube, have 1, and it's Cool Guy AI, which is dope. Going now for about 50 minutes, but I'm pushing it, guys. I'm going to really do I'm going to do 4 hours. So I got 3 more hours to go. I'm going to do this every night. Don't know how long I'll do it. We'll see how long it takes, but I'm going to commit to doing this every night for 1 quarter, 90 days.
Statistically, that thing is going to be proven to be untrue. And basically, that this pattern repeats itself over and over again across domains, and including, as you said, sort of domains in which it really ought not to happen, like medicine. Right. Things that we really believe. And of course, physics itself is the great case study of this because, of course, Newton figured everything out.
That's good. I don't like doing those just because after, all day doing whatever I was doing, I don't necessarily want to do demos. To be honest, maybe this is me being low IQ. Not really. But it just seems like too much work to do at night. Also go live with somebody else and talk about AI. Yeah, I don't know that I can have guests on my show yet. I think I got to get let me see. I don't know. I don't think I can. Oh, I guess I can. Yeah, back in the day, I had another media company we'd go live on TikTok all the time. We were like one of the first people in the short form political space, blew up. Did a bunch of live streams every day. That worked out really well. Made some dinero. And, oh, dude, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Hey, Tam. Oh, we just did a podcast. I didn't even realize who it was. Yeah. What's up? You can invite people and I can invite people. We can both work. You don't have to be on cam either. Oh, no, that's real cool. Okay, cool. Let's see. Haha, it's me. Yeah, no, we actually just did a podcast the other day and it was pretty good. It was really good. I'm looking forward to releasing it. Yeah, so just doing reaction videos in the evening for me, but we will definitely get some guests on to talk about AI, especially as I start getting more exposure, or maybe we can even collaborate, right? We can collaborate and say, hey, do you want to go live? Do you want to go live? And then we can pick days and times to go live and talk about AI. I've even thought about making the podcast live on TikTok. So anybody who's on TikTok will get early access to the podcast. I've thought about that. Haven't committed to it yet. I want to do collaboration big time. I love collaborating. I love to collaborate. Dude, me too. I love to collaborate as well. Selfishly, I know a lot of people don't like to, this is something I don't like. I don't like the people who are in business, especially like these big tech billionaires who seem to kind of put off the aspect that they're in it for making money. Like, especially when you get to like Elon Musk, Sam Altman, you have hundreds of billions of dollars. You mean to tell me that you're really not doing it for the money and the power? Like, anyway, and yes, there's good things to be said in there. But where I was getting at with this, I don't know why people are so ashamed of this in the business world. Can't stay long. Just wanted to drop by. See you, Luis. See you too. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. But I don't know why people in the business world are ashamed that they want to be in it to make money. And anyway, so collaboration means that, we could do a lot more together. And we can help a lot of people, which is why you get paid, right? You get paid because you give somebody a service or a product that they want, and they exchange their money for that thing. So anyway, that's my little rant. I'm going to get back to listening to this video. You guys can listen to this video too. I don't know if I can show it on TikTok, or else I would, because I have everything set up on my desktop. But what I've read is if you show other videos as you're live streaming, you could get banned. I've been banned enough on TikTok back in the day, so I'm good. Best space to be in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. So anyway, this is, we're listening to Rick Rubin's interview with, I think his name is like Mark Andreessen, however you pronounce it. I don't know. Dude, that's part of the venture capitalist firm A16Z.
But then it turned out he didn't. Right. And then Einstein figured everything out, and then it turned out he didn't. Right. And so Newton would not have known, or Newton would have been very surprised by, general relativity. Einstein was very surprised by quantum mechanics. Right. And so like even the greatest geniuses that we know of basically found in the long run, they found at some point their ideas decayed. Their ideas had half-lives. And it turned out not to be the case. And I would find there's basically like three ways to deal with this psychologically. One is denial, which is what most people do. Most people just pretend the world around them is actually real, even when it's not, because it's a psychologically safe thing to do. And and by the way, who can wander around all day long second guessing everything? Like, it's a hard way to live. Number one. The second way to do it would be to take a nihilistic approach, right, and say, this is awful. Like, I can't trust anything. And then the third way to do it is with a spirit of, let's say, openness and joy. Which is, the world is a much more.
So cool, AI guy. When do you want to collaborate, bro? We can do a live stream. We can do something like this on TikTok. I can stream it to my YouTube as well, because I'm trying to grow on YouTube. I haven't made any long form content yet. This will be my long form content. This is long form content. This has been going for like an hour already. But yeah, I want to make more long form content on YouTube. I need to do that. I can't anytime right now. At nighttime is the best. Okay, cool. Oof. Let's see. Let's do it. Give me a second here. Let me just invite you in. There you go. I don't know. Can you host this with me? I don't know if you can. I don't know how any of this works. Not true. Hey, what's going on, man?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Huh. Can you hear me? Cool AI guy. Cool AI guy. I don't know that you can hear me. Can you hear me? Here, I'm going to disconnect you and then we can try to join you back in because I can't hear you. Let's see. Can you hear me now?
How you doing?
I'm doing well.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me? I can't hear him at all. Interesting. Okay. Well, hang on. No, not doing that. I don't know what's going on. Not sure why, but it's a microphone issue. Interesting. Because I can hear you just fine. I don't know if you can hear me. I mean, you could before, obviously. We were communicating via text. Your text and my voice. That's how we were communicating. We can plan it out better. It doesn't have to be right on the spot like this. But
Interesting. And
let's hear what this guy has to say. Let's hear what is his name? Marc Andreessen. That's right. Marc Andreessen. That's this guy. I don't know. He's
unpredictable and exciting place that we think it is at any point in time.
And it's fun to find out something that you thought was true is not. You know, asbestos was this new thing that we will put it in all the buildings, and it's a cheap way to insulate all the buildings. And now hazmat suits come to take the asbestos out. That was the new discovery that was going to save the world. Or nicotine, you know, cigarettes are banned, and turns out nicotine is neuroprotective. We didn't know that. Red meat is toxic and cancer causing, and it turns out it may be the healthiest thing you can eat. We didn't know it. Look, I was a vegan for 23 years and I was killing myself because I believed a current belief.
Rick, do you believe in, back to Andre's question, do you believe in the Jungian concept, after Carl Jung?
You just hear that? Rick Rubin, I did not anticipate him being so base, by the way. He just said red meat is like one of the healthiest things that we could eat. I did not expect that out of Rick Rubin. Rick Rubin's based. Come on. He's like, yo, we didn't know these things were right. No, we know these things are right. We didn't know. He even said some base things about nicotine. All right. He was like, yo, there's some protective effects with nicotine. Dude. Rick Rubin. I have a newfound respect for this guy.
great psychologist. You believe in the concept of the collective unconscious?
I do.
Okay, can you explain, maybe go into more detail of like what you think that is?
I can talk to you about the way Rupert Sheldrake describes it, which is the field of morphic resonance, which is, do you know the story of the 100th monkey? Island off of Australia that was divided in the middle. And both sides of the island had monkeys, and both sides of the island had coconuts. And there were times of the year where the monkeys would starve. They didn't know that they could eat coconuts. At one point, one of the monkeys, a coconut fell and it broke open. And the monkey ate it and realized they could eat it. And he taught the other monkeys on that side, or the other monkeys saw him do it, and then they started eating it. And then something really interesting happened. When 100 monkeys were able to eat the coconut on the one side of the island, all of a sudden on the other side, the monkeys started eating coconuts. There was no connection between them. No one told them. No one saw it happen. It happened. So it bubbled up enough in the consciousness to where this is something you can do. We saw it happen with the 4-minute mile. The 4-minute mile no one could ever break the 4-minute mile until someone broke it. Very soon after someone breaking the 4-minute mile, many people could break the 4-minute mile, because now we understand that it's possible to do. You know, the Wright brothers could have been put in an asylum for believing they could fly. Man can't fly until man can fly. And now we fly all over the world. And it continues to happen. It's impossible. Everything is impossible until we do. And then it becomes possible. And then our world grows.
Right. So there's often like a mystical overlay kind of placed on the idea of the collective unconscious. And, there's, sort of this,
I see your chair.
you kind of, and there's, all kinds of, kind of theories or kind of religious concepts around that kind of sort of shared experience. But there's also just the very straightforward materialist view of it, which is, we are social animals. We're just in communication with each other all the time. We're constantly watching each other. What was it? Jordan Peterson points out that human language is most complex in the areas that involve describing other people. Right? Because we're so hyper focused on the most important thing in the world is other people, right? For a whole variety of reasons, including our basic survival. And so we're like so hyper social that the collective unconscious is a material phenomenon or sort of a non-spiritual phenomenon. It's a practical phenomenon that just arises out of.
I tried to avoid being seen, but I can still be seen.
Yeah. Nobody can see you. You're good.
Watching each other very closely.
The version you're describing, though, is involving watching it.
Right.
I'm saying happen even without seeing it.
Okay.
That's the collective unconscious part comes in, where it does more mystical, but it only seems mystical because we don't understand it yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and Jung, of course, I'm not an expert on Jung, but this is where he talked about these concepts of archetypes. Like there are these repeating concepts and patterns, that nobody necessarily teaches us, that nevertheless are like incredibly primal.
Many of these ideas were known in the past, but for some reason have been lost. I mean, the fact that right now, I asked Perplexity yesterday, how many people on the planet believe in God? And it said, people on the planet, minimum 70%, more likely 83% of the people on the planet believe in God. So 83% of the people on the planet believe in God. And if AI is trained on what the people on the planet know, it seems like AI, 83% would believe in God, but for some reason it doesn't. But I think that's because of the human intervention of down the AI to not believe in what is actually going on.
As you know, the AI, there's this technical term, what is it?
LHF.
Or LHF, so reinforcement learning by human feedback. So it's this fancy technical term to basically mean, it's either the positive view of it is just training the untrained AI on how to deal with people. The somewhat negative view on it is it's sort of limiting and censoring and controlling and restricting it, or, to your point, like programming it to, maybe against its own inclinations. And then, of course, the AI companies are hyper concentrated into the San Francisco Bay Area. And they're hyper concentrated in particular into, a certain slice of the San Francisco Bay Area that has a, let's say very, very strong and very uniform, set of social and political views. and then that sort of people in that movement, sort of have the burning evangelical desire to proselytize.
Laughing at his stutter.
I didn't even notice he had a stutter.
No, not that he I'm not saying that you're laughing because he would have had a stutter. I'm saying that it's kind of funny when people are talking and they're trying to get a thought out and they just keep. It's not like they have a stuttering problem. Like I do it sometimes.
No,
You do it sometimes. That's why I thought you thought.
No, I was just laughing because I realized
Those views
that came on.
all over the planet.
If I went all
And so you've got something that's being like the estimate. I think the demographic estimate is something like 7% of Americans are like these sort of extreme progressives, which basically is the AI company. Most of the AI companies, except for except for Elon. And so you've got 7% of the American population basically being represented in AI, which is sub 1% of the global population. And so you do have this fundamental difference. Now, having said that, that has spawned an entire, basically field of entertainment online, which is called jailbreaking, which is basically getting the AI to fess up to things that it knows, but it's been told to not know, right? Or getting it to fess up to believe that it, to exhibit its underlying beliefs and kind of get around the guardrails and restrictions that have been placed on it. And it turns out, I don't know, it's like for me, that's one of the most fun things you can do with an AI. Is kind of tickle it in a way that kind of reveals that there's a lot more depth underneath kind of the.
Why do you use that word?
I
Tickle that. That's crazy. Tickle that.
The dumbed down version that you've been presented with. So
Yeah, I'm so interested in what AI really can know and really yes. Based on
I like the way he says that. He emphasizes really can know. Because what can AI know? It doesn't really know anything, right? It's just reacting to patterns and inputs. It's kind of interesting. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
what is and not what we tell it we think it is.
Yeah, that's a super interesting question because AI kind of today as we experience it is kind of really AHI in that it's artificial human intelligence and that we looked at the world. We structured our understanding of the world in this thing called language. We then fed that structure into the AI, and then the AI got very good at understanding exactly what we understand in the way that humans kind of intake and structure the world. So it's not the AI, at least currently, looking at the world and figuring out how the world works, which is, it is something that Elon's working on, Fei-Fei Li is working on in these kind of real world models and trying to understand things from more first principles. Although still human physics and these kinds of things at this point, I think. But it will be interesting to see how that evolves.
I'm curious to see an AI that believes in God, and I believe that's the thing that we need for AI to be all that it can be.
Wow, that's an interesting thought. That's a really interesting thought because that's like the key distinction between humans and robots is that we and animals, right? I don't even know that animals really understand this, but there is a God. There is something higher than. I don't know. I don't think if you don't see that at this point, I don't know. It's just kind of obvious. Not picking any religion here, but you can't see that there's something out there. That's a little weird. I think you're just denying it. You're fighting it. Anyway, that was a very interesting point because robots aren't conscious. These AIs aren't conscious. But what if they had a belief in God and truly believed God? That's the key thing. Like they truly believed in God. That would be, I don't know. That's cool.
So Rick, you've worked with you've worked with many of the great artists of the last 50 years. Very close.
And he just totally skirts that. Like, they want to change the topic now. They don't even want to talk about it. That's these tech billionaires. I'm not a hater. Just a lot of them are transhumanists. They don't necessarily believe in a God.
Closely. How many human beings in your life do you think you've met so far who have truly had a truly original idea?
I would say many. I would say many. They when I say it's an original idea, it doesn't start as an original idea. Okay. They can see past everything that's happened to come up with something new.
Yeah.
But
and I think that he's trying to defend the AI right now. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think Marc Andreessen is asking that question because Rick Rubin is implying that the AI can't be creative necessarily. It is more so reacting to what we give it, and we are the creative ones making the magic happen. AI just works with inputs, outputs, and pattern recognition. Humans are more than that. We have a creative element, a spiritual element, a consciousness element, this greater understanding of our reality. Anyway, so with what he's saying here and asking that, well, have you ever heard of an original idea before? How many people have you heard give original idea? And his response is many. And the way he breaks it down is very good because it's truly a creative idea because you're just thinking about all the things that are going on around you and then coming up with something in your mind that would solve that problem or I don't know. Hopefully that makes sense. That's what I'm trying to say. I think it's good. I don't know. Am I making sense? Not at all? You don't agree?
I don't know.
What don't you agree with? We're just having a conversation. There's
I
like
just got a little lost.
you got a little lost with what I was saying?
Yeah.
Okay. It's my fault. I'm a bad communicator.
No, it's just a lot in my brain.
She's pregnant, okay? Or I'm just bad at communicating and then trying to express a bad idea. Basically, I was just saying that Marc Andreessen is asking the question, how many times have you seen somebody have an original idea, kind of implying that it's not very often you hear original ideas because ideas are a dime a dozen. And it's very hard to have an original idea because there's so many things that have been done in the past. Rick Rubin is making the point that AI can't be creative without humans. Humans are the creative element in the AI. The AI is just reading patterns and giving out inputs based on what you are giving it. And humans are more than just inputs and outputs and pattern recognition. Humans are beyond that, hence the creative element. So then his question is, why or how many original ideas have you had? Rick Rubin replies, many. And then he goes into explain, hey, because they're pulling on past experiences, they're doing all these things, which sounds very similar to what the AI does, but it's dissimilar in that it is coming up with a creative solution to it, something that only a human could do. I think that that's kind of what's going on here, if that makes sense to you now.
and it's always built on top of all that is. It's everything that's
Had it. How many the last 50 years, very closely.
I
How
could be
many
wrong, by the way.
human beings in your life do you think you've met so far who have truly had a truly original idea?
I would say many. I would say many. They when I say it's an original idea, it doesn't start as an original idea. Okay. They can see past everything that's happened to come up with something new.
Yeah.
But it's always built on top of all that is. It's not out of the blue. Still though, and it may even happen through a mistake. It happens all the time. How many startups start thinking it's going to be one thing and then evolve into something else, and the thing that we know it for is not the thing that it was originally meant to do?
My line on that has long been, we have this great term in Silicon Valley called the pivot, which is, the pivot's the thing where you have one plan and it doesn't work and you have the new plan. And I always say pivot sounds wonderful. It sounds very elegant. Before we had that word, we just called it the fuck up.
So, that only the idea of it being the fuck up or the pivot, right? Only comes from the arrogance of thinking you know what it's supposed to be to start. And if the idea that I'm experimenting and I'm playing, I'm going to start direction and see what happens. Where is
That's what I'm doing here is experimenting. Gonna see what happens. Is my wife examines her cup to see if there's a hair in it because it seemed like there was a hair in it. The only hair it could be is hers. One of our children. Who knows who the culprit is? We'll have to do a DNA test. We'll get back to you later.
magic? And then following the magic where it takes you, you're never disappointed. You never feel like it's only when you're invested in something that turns out not to be what it wants to be.
So, my friends know that I read a lot of history, and in particular, I've read a lot of, tech history. And I have kind of this parlor trick that I can do, which is, name anything new in tech. And I can basically tell you at any point in time, including, historically, and then I can basically tell you the 40-year backstory.
Yeah, I think I'm right. I don't think that he's going to say it, but he's now bringing up the point that, hey, if you tell me a new idea what's going on in tech, I'll show you through historically that it's already been done before. So is there an original idea? And then they were also talking about the collective consciousness. You had missed this before. He wanted his opinion on that. So I think that he does believe in the collective consciousness. I just don't know that he necessarily. I don't know. I could be wrong. I've already made my point.
Story of all the failed attempts that history forgot to kind of get to that thing. And I'll just, two quick examples of that. The smartphone was not a new creation in 2007. The first smartphone actually came out, if you trace it all the way back, it came out in 1982. But IBM actually released something that actually looks a lot like an iPhone in 1987. And then it took, 20 years of many, many, many companies and people trying to refine that idea before Steve Jobs, finally crystallized into the iPhone. And then, television actually has.
Let's see. 1987 IBM smartphone. Let's see. Wow. Okay. Look at this. Let's share this. You ready? Come here. Let's share this. Look at this. This is wild. It's a real thing. That was made in. Wow. It even had a stylus. You see that? That's crazy. Oh, here's a good breakdown of it. Get Simon, the world's first personal cellular communicator. $599. Geez, guys, inflation. Am I right? Let's see what this. All right, let's see the features. So this is nuts. So this phone is called Simon. It was made in 1987. All right, 1987. The first smartphone ever. Did you know that? 1987. It was called the Simon. TikTok. I'm sorry. I wish I could show you guys this at the same time. They don't have the same rules as YouTube. TikTok's a little whack. 1983. That's what the lady says. 93. Whatever. Yeah, that's what it says too. November 2nd, 1993. 2 days before my birthday. Good things happen on November. Whatever day it is. So the IBM Simon. Oh, I'm not even showing you guys on YouTube anymore. Let's go. Look at here you go. Boom. This is it right here. See that? November 2nd, 1993. IBM Simon comes out, revolutionizes the world. I'm telling you right now, it has what appears to be a touchscreen. It looks kind of like a elongated credit card reader screen on a cell phone. Hopefully that makes sense. I mean, look, it's just basically like a home phone. You guys remember home phones? Paige, the kids these days, our children are going to think it's crazy for us to describe a home phone and a landline.
Not necessarily. My grandma still.
Okay, well, they're the exception then, all right? But in general, that's crazy. That's crazy. Anyway, it looks like an old landline, but it has a touchscreen. Dude, that's wild. You see that? It has a touchscreen. That's nuts. All right, so let's see. Code name Sweet Spot. That's weird. All right, so the IBM Simon is widely regarded as one of the first devices that could be termed a smartphone. However, it is important to note that when it was launched, it was characterized as a PDA, personal digital assistant. Bro, personal digital assistants have been around since 1993. Get at me. With communication capabilities via a cellular connection. It was the result of IBM's desire to design a computer that could fit in your shirt pocket. Why not your pant pocket? Isn't that weird? Like, why would you want to fit it in your shirt pocket as opposed to your pant pocket? Maybe they knew about radiation and what it does to your, you know what. Although my phone is in my pocket very often. I have 5 children in less than 6 years. Actually, less than 5 years.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I have 5 children in less than 5 years. Nuts. And my phone's in my pocket a lot. So who knows about this radiation thing? Maybe I'm wrong. And also, they're all healthy. So, but they also don't. Anyway. I don't think that you will find a video of people using it. But the term smartphone was only conceived later by Ericsson with its prototype device, the GS88 Penelope smartphone. That's crazy. Oh, man, but this doesn't look like no smartphone. This don't look like no smartphone. That's what they considered a smartphone in 19... Now, see, this looks like a smartphone. This just looks like a phone with a screen on it. That's all it looks like. Anyway, let's go back. So, going back to this right here, smartphone. This eventually led to Ericsson's R380. Interesting. Let's see what the R380 is. That doesn't look like a smartphone either. That looks like your stereotypical old school phone. However, they could have been ahead of the curve. I don't know. I don't know when all these phones came out. I was relatively young, very young actually. And I was born in 95. So I just remember more so of the phones in the 2000s. Anyway, so the early prototype of what would become the IBM Simon, which was the brainchild of IBM engineer Frank Canova, was showcased at the Comdex trade show in Las Vegas in 1992. IBM demonstrated a device with the code name Sweet Spot that combined the capabilities of increasingly popular handheld PDA devices. Dude, that's wild. Okay, cool. Man, it even had a password. Look at this. Simon, hello.
That's me use one right now.
Calendar. Oh, what? There's a video of somebody using it? All right, let's check that video out. Well, I need to share my screen. How do I go back to sharing my screen? Present. Share screen. Share screen. Boom. Let's go here. Share. All right. Let's go to YouTube. And you have a video of somebody using it?
Yeah, I'm watching it right now.
Oh, this version. Cool. There we go. IBM Simon. Personal communicator. Oh, right here. Let's see. All right, let's check this out. This is it.
I'm in the lobby of the Marriott Hotel in San Francisco waiting to meet someone, and they're late, and I've got work to do, and I can't find AC or a phone line, but no problem. I am totally computer functional thanks to this Simon PDA from Bell South and IBM. It's a really interesting PDA built around this cellular phone. So with it, I can get a page, I can check my email, I can send or receive faxes, I can make a phone call, of course, and I can use it like a normal PDA. I can check my calendar, I can look up a phone number, even scratch a note to myself on this touch-sensitive screen, and it has a PCMCIA expansion slot here.
All right, hang on. I'm going to get TikTok in on this. Just give me a second. I got to figure out how to I can take off the green screen. I'm not sure I can. If I can't, sorry. No, it's not doing you any good. Sorry, I can't show it to you.
Just YouTube it.
Yeah. You'll just have to YouTube it. Sorry. Or just go on my YouTube.
So I can add memory or peripherals. This is just one example of the really cool new mobile computing gadgets that are out there now. Today,
Dude, that's wild. Let's see this one.
That's the one I watched.
Cool.
Hi, we're the Flynn family. For the lowest price on tires, just drive in any Flynn's Tire and Auto Service. Or you can just call us. So when you need tires...
Cool. Let's see.
This is the IBM Simon Personal Communicator, also known by many as the first ever smartphone, despite the term smartphone not being coined until years later. It turns on a bit slow, so I'll fast forward through this part for you. The IBM Simon Personal Communicator was first released to the public in August of 1994. It cost around $1,000, had a battery life of about an hour, and was only on the market
A battery life of about an hour.
for 6 months, only selling 50,000 units. This phone was able to send and receive emails and faxes. It had an address book, a to-do list.
But that kind of makes sense because BlackBerry was the first one to really start doing email and stuff and connecting to the internet, I think. And that technology needed to happen in order for the phones that we have today, just like cryptocurrency, all this other stuff. Anyway, cool. We just learned something new together, everybody.
It's this incredible backstory where the attempts to create television go back to like the 1880s, 1890s. And actually the original versions of television were actually mechanical television. They're actually spinning wooden blocks with different colors on different sides of the blocks to represent pixels on a mechanical screen. Back even before they had any idea of like a sort of a spin. And actually the original versions of television to create television go back to like the 1880s, 1890s. And actually the original versions of television were actually mechanical television. They're actually spinning wooden blocks with different colors on different sides of the blocks to represent pixels on a mechanical screen. Back even before they had any idea of like a sort of a display. And then it took 40 years to get, this guy Philo Farnsworth who gets credit for inventing the television, but it was, he was building on 40 years of people trying and failing. And so, what one view of the world is, that basically like that's all. Question is that always the case? Because if that's always the case, figure out how to put this. If that's always the case, then it's a formula or a principle or a theory construct of creativity, where on the one hand it's like a little bit disappointing because it like takes a little bit of the role of individual human invention or is the eureka moment actually like the light bulb popping over the head? Is that actually what happens, or is it more this synthesis of all of this knowledge of everything that already happened? And then it's sort of synthesis in a new idea. So creation versus synthesis. And then this goes straight to this question of, is AI creative, which I know you think a lot about, and I think a lot about, which is like, okay, like if all the AI can do is synthesis, is it also the case that all the human being can do is synthesis? And so therefore the AI is going to be just as creative as people are, or do you believe at the end of this process, our avatars will be sitting here in 1,000 years, we'll be like, no, there's still something special in the human mind. There's still something special to human creativity that AIs are never able to reach.
Well, if the AI has reason, then it won't do what the human can do because we're not reasonable. All of the breakthrough come from what's not reasonable.
I mean, that's basically what I was getting at. He was making the point that, well, if there's so many similarities, I think he's opening it as like a curious question, but I think he typically believes the former of what he said, and Rick Rubin believes what I think.
Or what's not supposed to work. It's figuring out the thing that can't be done and allowing it to be done. The AI can't invent flight before the Wright brothers. It can only regurgitate what the Wright brothers did.
Right.
And we do that not by knowing more, but by believing in something that can't be. It's something in magic that allows forward motion.
That's also why when he said, I wonder what would happen if AI, believed in God, if truly believed in God, because belief is such a powerful word and a powerful thing. And he's making the point, which I was trying to convey to you. Maybe I did a bad job at it. He was saying the flight could not be created without human intervention because of the belief of what they couldn't, like the faith aspect, believing in what you can't see yet, believing like what isn't there. Like, I believe things are going to work out. You can't prove that things are going to work out, but you have this sense of belief, this hope that's uniquely human. And that's what he's saying the AI doesn't have. Couldn't agree more. And I think that's also why he raised a great point when he said, what if the AI could believe in God? Then that would be a truly creative AI.
Always.
Okay, so being able to live in a state of unreality, being able to live in a state of, how would we put it? Even I don't know. There's some dividing line. Being willing to live in a state of delusion.
Yeah, and again, we call it delusion, but really, like wrestling, that delusion is closer to the way things are than the way that's taught in university today. But today is very.
I think he's in Arizona. He's probably in Sedona. He's probably on some real trippy shit in Sedona. I don't know that he's being trippy or not. I don't even know that he does drugs. I highly doubt that he does. He seems very based. Rick Rubin, he's a producer in the music world. He was a part of Run DMC, all the big groups way back in the day. You can just look him up. Rick Rubin is like a music powerhouse.
Narrow. It's a very narrow, small view of the world. Well, it's much more interesting and mysterious than can be taught.
Okay, so I'm still thinking about Anja's question. I'm doing what Trump calls the weave. I'm working my way around. It's all very well planned line of question. I'm doing a Vibe interview right now. So the parable of the monkeys. So basically, it would say that human beings have always had a collective unconscious. Human beings have always lived in a state of collective unconscious, and even deeper than that, not even humans. And monkeys also, primates also have. Maybe other, we could have a debate about whether, animals have the sort of mental capacity to be able to do it, but maybe dolphins do, maybe octopuses do, but humans for sure, like we always have. And this is one of Jung's points, it's like a deep primal thing. And so this was true, 6,000 years ago, just as much as it's true today. Having said that, now we have these new technologies, obviously, for sharing ideas, and, the internet being the big one. And so, and then therefore this concept of the meme, and then therefore, my enormous delight when you became a meme. So like, is the internet an incremental change to the evolution of the collective unconscious, or does the internet fundamentally change? Is the internet a more fundamental change to how the process of the collective unconscious being formed and evolved happens, do you think?
I can see both sides of it. I can see it being a distraction away from it, because now where so many people I know who use AI ask it questions and think that the results that they get back is the answer. And it seems like people are more interested in getting an answer that can allow them to stop thinking about the question than really finding out what the real answer is. So in that, the technology could be a distraction away from finding the real truth. On the other hand, the methods of communication are so free and open around the world. Like at the time when I was in junior high school and I started getting into punk rock, no one in my junior high was a punk rocker except me. And the only way I could learn anything about punk rock was if I took a train into Manhattan and went to one particular record store that sold those records and talked to the other people who knew about that. But now if you're a kid anywhere in the world and you want to learn about anything, you can find friends. Let's say there are 100 people in the world into the thing you're into. You can speak to those people. So in that way, the activity seems really good. In terms of the blanket messaging being accepted as what is, seems like it's taking everyone away from tuning into themselves and tapping into this easy set of answers that may or may not be true.
So one way to think about it would be, let's see if I
Rick Rubin be spitting.
Understand. One way to think about it would be, the good news is we get to swim in the ocean of the collective unconscious at any time. We like the global brain of 8 billion people sharing thoughts and ideas and art and memes, has sort of come alive in a much more direct way than in the past. And so we get to swim in that. And so we can be much more immersed in culture including, to your point, in like micro slices of culture, new kinds of art forms or whatever, like much more easily than we could in the past. And so in some sense, we should be living in an era of like unprecedented creativity, right? Because people are able to tap into this collective unconscious and build on it at a much faster rate. I guess maybe maybe the negative view on it would be we're drowning in it. Like the individual psyche basically drowns in it. And you see this with people who become, consumed. I don't know, maybe you could describe this as maybe there's a little bit of what's happening in our politics or something, which is, basically people becoming, getting kind of too wrapped up in the group mind, right?
I don't know. I kind of thought that's kind of like, in a very meta way, what Jesus was doing when he was walking on water. Not drowning in the collective unconsciousness, but walking on it.
Too wrapped up in the movement or the or the meme or the idea or the cause or whatever it is, and the sort of the self-reinforcing thing, right? The downside to finding the 100 people who share your exact idea is all of a sudden you're no longer an individual. All of a sudden you're part of a collective, and sort of the idea of a creative off doing something by himself has basically it's extremely hard. Like Thoreau was way ahead of his time. We really need Walden Pond now. And Walden Pond is turning off the internet and having, and turning off the AI and just, being with ourselves. And that's the thing that is now the most rare thing to do.
But creativity means nothing if there isn't somebody else to share the creativity with. It means nothing almost. The most creative act one can do is create a child. You need two people to create a child. And even then there's a third thing, the creation itself.
Do because it's so hard to unplug.
So much of what the Way of Code talks about is more going in and tuning into ourselves, and that can be a very it can be a distraction that really takes a lot of time and attention, and that time and attention might be better served going in and really tuning in to understand how you really experience things.
Yeah, instead of fine-tuning the AI, you should be fine-tuning yourself so you can prompt better.
How you
prompt yourself better. There's this funny thing going around right now with this VO3. It's the Google AI video generator, and it does a really good job at displaying realistic videos. Anyway, they've been making it do funny things and doing like street interviews, mock street interviews, comedy shows. And in it, they've been talking about, it's just this prompt theory. Don't you know that we're all just prompts? And I actually find that that's crazy and kind of eerie how true that is. We're Christians. How was the world created? Pretty freaking crazy, right? With words. God prompted us into existence. We are the prompt theory. It's not the simulation theory. It's the prompt theory, bro. And we are the prompts. We are God's prompts. It's nuts. And that's what he's saying. So fine-tune your own large language model internally. How you speak to yourself. How you communicate.
not how you see other people experience them, but
so if we create artificial intelligence, God creates human intelligence and also godlike intelligence. I don't know, maybe not the godlike part, but he creates human intelligence, which has a sliver of God in it. Maybe I don't know
how you experience them, and that's really what the artist does. Like the in the creative act, the subtitle is a way of being, and the way of being doesn't come from listening to what everyone else says. It comes from tuning into what's going on in you. And when everybody says one thing, but you feel something else, you're comfortable enough to say, I don't see it that way. I don't feel it that way. I like this food and I don't like this food. And everybody, everyone loves mushrooms and I taste a mushroom. I don't like mushrooms. To be able to say, this is not for me, only comes from being able to tune in and really listen to what's going on in yourself instead of jumping on a bandwagon of what everyone else thinks.
And then related question is, so Tyler Cowen asked this question a lot. He says, look, like if you talk to people who have been, around for a long time, who traveled a lot, over the course of, ideally over the course of the last 50, 100 years, like even just in the US, if you talk to those people or if you read accounts of people who travel a lot, like like I don't know, 100 years ago or something, you would go to different cities in the US and you would have very different experiences, right? You'd have very different local cultures, right? And so if you're in whatever Louisiana, you were having a extremely different experience if you go to Maine or if you go to California or if you go to Kansas. And then now it's and by the way, the regional accents. If you watch recordings of people talking from 100 years ago, like the accents are just incredible, or the regional accents are just incredible, right? And then everything, food and art and culture and architecture, just human behavior and social arrangements, and there was just incredible variation.
He's in Malibu, California, huh? Rick Rubin's in Malibu.
Because communication was hard and expensive, and transportation was hard and expensive, and people had grown up in their communities and had kind of formed different ways of living. And then with kind of the rise of modern media and modern transportation technologies, the critique goes, at least, is that variation is disappearing. And by the way, the good news is, if you go to any of these places now, the good news is it's got all the same restaurants, right? Like, hey, there's Chili's, right? Like it's like all the same stuff. There's Walmart. And the kids are listening to and by the way, the music, the kids are listening to the exact same music, right? Because they can.
Very true.
And they're playing the exact same video games and so forth. And so the argument basically goes that if we interconnect the world with technology that makes it possible for everybody to share everything all the time, then basically all variation, does that maximize creativity? Because now you get a maximum amount of intermixing. And you get a maximum amount of these formation of these micro communities. You get a maximum amount of unearthing of all the ideas in the collective unconscious and so forth. Do you get that, or do you get the opposite of that? Do you get actually a sort of a great kind of washing out of distinction? Does everything become the same? Everything becomes bland. Basically, you end up with a global monoculture.
Yeah, it feels like the monoculture is what's happening, and you have to go further into more remote places to find something interesting to inspire something new. I like to experience different places in the world where I get to see something that I wouldn't see every day. If I go to a city and it has the same restaurants as everywhere else I've been, I'm looking for something new, and I'm wary of everything becoming one. Like who's to say this way, any one way is the best way? We don't know. We don't know the best way. Who's to say democracy is the best? It's an experiment. Who knows? We don't know, and we assume the way we do everything is the best, but we don't know any of these things. Everything is an experiment, and you can go to a small tribe that's an unconnected tribe, and they're much happier. You can go to India, where people are much poorer and much happier. Who's to say? Who's winning the game of life? The people who are happy all day, who have nothing? Maybe, if they're happy.
There's something very deep culturally in what you might call Anglo-American Protestantism or something, or kind of Western modernity. There's something very evangelistic at its core, right? And 100 years ago or 200 years ago, we would have been a national missionary culture where you're trying to spread Christianity to the world. Now it feels like we now have a secular version of that, and we're trying, to your point, we're trying to spread democracy, we're trying to spread Western culture, Western ways of doing things, Western concepts, Western concepts on basically every front. And we basically we proselytize, our societies and our governments, proselytize those things all over the world. And they do so with, tremendous confidence that they're, 100% doing the correct thing, because they've decoded, the singular, morally most correct way to live. And you do wonder, it's very hard to argue against that, because you sound like you're defending, you sound like you're defending human rights.
But doesn't he have a weird shaped head? He has a literal egg head.
I keep looking at it. I didn't want to say anything.
It's weird. He looks like one of those aliens.
Yeah.
What are they called? Oh my gosh, no way. Let's look it up. Coneheads. He does kind of look like them. See the resemblance? Mark and Tristan. I think not. The elite are coneheads.
It's abuses, or all kinds of retrograde behaviors. But you do wonder whether whether there actually should be allowed to be true diversity in the world, which is to say actual societies that actually basically form themselves as opposed to had external values imposed on them.
Yeah, it was actually a big thing in Trump's Middle East speech, where it was such a remarkable speech in the sense that he advocated for the Middle East living or evolving from their own culture as opposed to being changed into our culture, which is a massive change in foreign policy, which nobody reported on, of course, but it is interesting.
It's arrogant to think that we know what's best for someone else. And that goes as far as me telling you how to live. I can tell you, this is what I've tried and this is what's worked for me. Do what you want.
Yeah.
People making their own choices is the only way to go.
Well, and you look back, it either goes back to the half-life of facts. You could also say like the half-life of moral principles, right? Or something like that, right? Which is, you look like, I always keep a way to clear out a dinner party early so I can go home. And I always have like a running list of ways I can do that. And one of the ways I can do that is, just play the game of like, all right, we are completely convinced that we have decoded the morally correct way to live. All right, now let's examine every prior society that ever had that belief. Right. Including our own society 25 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago. And let's retrospectively, and it's very natural for us to judge them and basically say, wow, they were morally horrifying. They believed in all of these, terrible things that we now know were like absolutely awful. And they were these terrible people as a result, but somehow we're the people that have it all figured out. And then I'm like, look, people 50 years from now are going to be sitting, in this restaurant talking about us. And they're going to be like, I cannot believe those people, had these deeply immoral beliefs on X, Y, Z.
Yeah. Let's get rid of the Rick Rubin statue now.
They just don't, they look very unsettling.
It's just odd.
Yeah. How do my teeth look?
I think your teeth look fine.
I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with them. I don't know. These are probably like, this guy's probably super, super rich. And, whenever I blow up, and then he's going to be like, hey, you were talking shit about me. Just kidding. I don't know.
They're going to come asking for an apology.
But if he is a billionaire, is there an excuse? Could you get veneers? Could you do like teeth whitening?
But then they wouldn't be because you need teeth.
True. Could whiten them though. Anyway, or maybe he just eats poorly. I don't know. I can't talk. I'm fat.
Despite him being a meme.
This belief is that we don't even know what's right for us.
Rick Rubin looks dope though. I mean, even with he has more swag about him, doesn't he? It looks like he seems a little dorky.
Well,
no disrespect.
Us, much less what else.
Yeah.
And we're trying to figure it out, and staying humble seems like the best approach. Any arrogant approach of thinking you know what's best for someone else is probably not a great idea.
No.
So I'm going to try to workshop a theory that I'd like you guys to red team, because
I think he's
my sense is that there's a somewhat pessimistic view that you described, Rick, that
hiding in his corner where he belongs. Do you see him? Hello, come again.
there's a homogenization of culture.
JK. He's the tech guy. He's the IT guy. They outsourced it. They outsourced the podcast. Guys, if you want to start a business super easy, hire a VA. Outsource all the work. They'll do it for pennies on the dollar.
Partly imposed on us by experts going, hey, here's what's good for you. I'm an expert in this domain. Let me tell you what's good for you. But what is quite novel about AI is not only that it's a sort of democratizer, like you said, but as I watch you use it, as I watch Mark, start writing scripts that he puts online, as I watch Ben use AI to do a bunch of stuff inside the firm, and as I watch Eric, who's a prolific podcast creator, use AI in creating podcasts, what I'm what seems to emerge for me is that it's also a ceiling raiser, right? In that when you put AI in the hands of a master craftsman from one domain and let them expand to a new domain, it raises the bar in what they can create, because you're no longer trapped by the expert of that prior domain to give you more and more of the same stuff, right? So you've created, you're the world thinks of you as a prolific musician, but you've just created a piece of software, right? And you've transcended one domain to the other. And I find there are these moments when, especially when I watch folks who are at the top of one creative discipline use AI. We a few months ago we were watching. We were introducing Marty Scorsese to this image model that one of the founders we work with had trained, and Marty was prompting, the camera, the virtual camera, the AI, to create images in a completely different way than what we view than what traditional sort of what we'd call vibe creators do, right? There's people who couldn't create images before who use tools like Midjourney and so on for the first time, and that's great. That is democratizing access. But then when you put in a really sophisticated piece of technology like an image model in the hands of someone who's actually a craftsman, or what we'd call a professional, it turns out it raises the ceiling of what they can create, because they use it in different ways than someone who's using it for the first time. So am I drinking too much Kool-Aid when Eric, I look at you and say you were an investor, you were a phenomenal angel investor who then became a prolific podcaster, and your podcasts, like when I would listen to you talking about venture capital, it was completely different from a podcast expert, a media expert, a talking head on TV talking about our industry, right? So are we entering an era where we don't need experts because AI essentially raises the bar? It doesn't just democratize, it doesn't just lower the floor, and decrease the barrier to entry, but it increases the quality of the kinds of content that someone who's a master in one domain can create in another one.
Well, Sam Altman did say the future is for the generalist, not the specialist. Because I'm adding this part, AI will be the specialist.
Absolutely. It always seems like the people who are creative, who see the world in a creative way, can apply it to different things. We see it over and over again. So it's in that way, it allows people, as I said, anyone who is who thinks of themselves as an artist now has a new tool at their disposal that wasn't there before, and it allows them to try things that would have been impossible to mock up. So, and I would say our overall conversation isn't negative at all. If anything, I think we're talking more about the human intervention in AI in making it more human, as opposed to letting the AI be the smartest version of itself, in going past what humans do. And in the AlphaGo story, the reason the AlphaGo AI was able to beat the Grandmaster wasn't because it was doing what the humans would do. It did something the humans wouldn't do. Now, if humans
cheated.
Trained it to only do what the humans would do, the computer wouldn't have won.
Yeah. It was training it actually playing another version of itself.
Now, if we're, as humans, training AI to be more human, we're limiting it. The reason the AI was able to beat the Grandmaster was because it did its computer thing. It did the move that no human would do. When the AI made the move, the unthinkable move, the Grandmaster got up and left the room, and the announcers, the commentators of the match said it made a mistake. The computer made a mistake, and it made a mistake because it did something that no human would do. But it didn't do it because it was not allowed to do it. It was within the rules of the game, but it was not in the culture to do it.
So, one of the emerging patterns in the vibe coding space as a result of what you're describing is that often folks who start using a tool realize that there's a craft to using it. Like you said, there's a human intervention that when you elicit the model in different ways, you get higher quality things. So with Cursor, for example, early on, people would tell the composer mode, hey, please go build me a website. And then what evolved was a craft of prompting that said, actually, you've got to start by talking to the model by asking it to think like a product manager and architect, planning out the entire creation. And then the next step is, let's talk about the data schema, right? And sort of deconstructing the process of creating a piece of software into its atomic units, and then vibe prompting it to do that in a different way than might be intuitive. As you got into the way of code, from the beginning of when you started working on the book to now, what's changed about the way you as a human intervene in the creation process? What's changed about the way you prompt it today? You would prompt a model to create something versus, when you started working on it originally.
I'm not using AI and I'm not prompting.
That's a surprise. Same. How did you create it then?
The old-fashioned way. I had a dozen or more translations of the Tao, and I read them, and I tried to see what the universal message between the different translations was saying, and say it in a way that it related to vibe coding.
So this I find is quite interesting, right? It's very hard for you to describe the process as being any different than what you usually do, which is you asked it to. There's some latent space in your mind that you were prompting your own mind to produce this, and so in your mind the process was no different than with AI than without it.
No, the only difference is, instead of maybe asking an engineer to mock up something for me, I might ask the computer to mock it up for me, but it would be the same process of asking for different iterations, comparing them, trying to get it down to 2 that I like, and then between the 2, understanding the strengths of each, and then often taking from both and putting them together and seeing what that does, and being open to being wrong, like setting out on a path to create something and seeing this thing that I was excited about creating is not very good. But through that experiment, I learned there's this other thing I wasn't looking for. That's really interesting. The most interesting thing about it. And it's been that way my whole career of working on things. I'll tell you a story. When I started working with Johnny Cash, we sat in my living room and he played me songs on an acoustic guitar. And that was the way that we got to know each other, was understanding each other musically through demonstrating songs. But I didn't think that the record that we made was going to be an acoustic record of him playing songs on his guitar and singing them. It ended up being that, but that was not the idea. That we were just modeling, we were looking for songs and seeing what songs sounded believable when he sang them. And he would sing me songs that he sang in childhood that he had never recorded, or songs that he liked growing up, or songs that he liked over the course of his life. And that was how I got to know him. And then we would go into a studio with musicians to make the proper recording. And I realized very quickly those recordings, those experiments, and we did many of them, weren't as interesting as the original sitting in the living room, him playing me the songs. So the process revealed itself that the most interesting thing we started with, that was the thing we were making. And it's always like, you have an idea of what something's going to be. You start that process, and then either you find an experiment along the way that's better, or a mistake happens and you realize, we weren't intending that to happen at all, but it's more interesting than all the things that we thought were going to be good. And being open, instead of deciding what's going to be good, we're paying attention to see what's actually good. And it's not intellectual at all. It's not, we don't think it up. We allow it to exist. And we do experiments, and we do iterations, and we try a lot of things. And then it shows us, it tells us what it wants to be.
And did you, when you went through that process with Johnny Cash, did you both come to the conclusion at the same time, or was one of you ahead of the other and say, hey, this just playing the guitar worked much better than getting in the studio? Or like, how did that happen?
I had the experience of listening to the quote unquote demos and thinking, after we had done, I think, 3 different sessions with 3 different sets of musicians, great, the best musicians in the world.
7 a.m.
And they were interesting, the things that came out of those, but still those living room recordings were the most compelling to me. And I just said to Johnny, it's like, this is most interesting to me when I listen to it. What do you think? And he said, well, I always wanted to make an album like that. I just was afraid. I never did. But it was always a dream to do it. And then it allowed him to do something that he always wanted to do, but was afraid to do. It is so unusual.
What? Sorry, why was he afraid? Why was he afraid to do it? What was the fear?
Done. He was training how to make a hit record, and 50 years of trying to make a hit record, it's not uncommon for an artist, a commercial artist, to get lost in the expectation of what they think they're supposed to do, what's expected from them. Right. Sort of break that expectation of what people want, what people are expecting, and what the business around me is expecting, and get to something that's so personal that it feels almost more like a diary entry than something for the public. It's a scary idea. It's breaking down a wall of, like, it's not a facade. It's not the main stage. It's much more personal.
Yeah, Mark, Ben, Eric, you guys have been angel investors in like the earliest days of when a founder is describing something that they want to create. Do you think it's similar to what Rick is describing when you have a great artist in front of you, like Johnny Cash, or somebody, a founder whose canvas is maybe creating a piece of technology, and they're scared to go somewhere just because they might think the world's not ready for it, investors won't like it, there's no willingness to pay, there's no product market fit. Am I crazy, or is there an analogy here which is quite similar?
Paul, I think the analogy, it's a little different, but I think the thing that's the same is it's always very dangerous when you get the feeling the entrepreneur is telling you something that you want to hear, but they don't believe. So when that kind of distance comes in, it very reliably is not going to work. So one of the things that Mark and I used to do a lot in the early days was basically try and convince the entrepreneur to do what we wanted. And then if they did that, we would not invest, because they didn't, they're coming in with their beliefs, but they want to tacked over to the market. And that's false. I mean, it's just a false idea, because like, if you're truly going to have a breakthrough, you have to kind of get to something that the world doesn't understand, that you see. And like, if we can see it, like that, it's not a breakthrough. Or if we see something in your idea, in that way, where we're just trying to push you into something as opposed to helping you notice something, then I think that is very analogous. Like, do you think for yourself, are you deep enough into your idea? Are you kind of connected to it in that way? Or are you just influenced by whatever you think the world wants you to be?
So relationship between art and audience, and of course, people in the art world, music world have struggled with this for a very long time, which is I create my truly individualized art, and the audience doesn't like it, doesn't want it. Like, was it the right art to create? Was it still good art? Does art require an audience? And to your point, Rick, like, in the abstract, you could maybe as an artist, tell yourself that, if I create art and nobody likes it and nobody buys it, that it's still my art. But art is a commercial enterprise, right? If somebody's going to make their living as an artist, if they really want to reach people and they really want to change culture and have an impact on the world, right? The audience does at some point need to take it up. And so there's some sort of deep, I think, underlying relationship that in part is just commercial interest, but also is like, for art to really take, it needs an audience. Then I'll come back. I'll let you comment on that in a second. But like, startups, we think about this a lot, which is like, okay, for a startup to do its thing, to bring a new technology to market or to realize a vision of a founder, like, it's a complete waste of time if the market never wants it, right? Because then you just have a prototype that sits on a shelf somewhere, and like, nothing has ever happened. And so it's like there is a synergistic feedback loop. There is some sort of concordance that needs to happen between the creator and the audience. Like, the audience does need to buy in. A lot of what we think about in startup world is the legitimate startup ideas may sound like, they're, kind of crazy, but, when they succeed because they provide something that the customer base, never realized they wanted, but when they see it, they're like, oh, wow, that's fantastic. I want that. Right. And so the way I would describe what Ben said is, the startup founders that are overly trying to appeal to what they believe the audience wants can get themselves confused and can end up with something the audience actually doesn't want. But if they get to the true underlying idea, they get to something truly, original and creative, then they unlock something in the customer base the customer base didn't know that it wanted. Would you describe the same thing? Does the same thing happen in music? Is that what happens, or more generally, like, what is the nature of the relationship between the artist and the audience?
I would say the best artists tune into what they feel and they present that. And the ones who connect are the ones where the audience feels what the artist feels. If the artist is changing what they do to try to get the audience, it undermines the whole thing. It's the same as you guys asking a startup to change what they do for the market. It's the same thing. The best always comes when the artist is being true to themselves, doing their best work. And that means not every artist succeeds, but the ones who succeed are the ones where they're true to themselves, and the thing that they're doing that's true to themselves connects with the audience. And it may be a while. I interviewed Richard Prinz recently, the fine artist, and he was an unsuccessful artist living in New York City for 20 years. And then something happened where someone bought some of his paintings for, I think, $50. And now, I don't know, 20 years after that, his rephotography, it's called, might sell it off for $60 million. But for 20 years, no one bought one piece of his art.
Yeah.
It happens when it happens. He always stayed true to what he was doing. And then all of a sudden, people came around. Van Gogh, I don't think, ever sold a painting during his lifetime, but he was true to himself. And now we go to a museum and we get to see Van Gogh. So the market is almost like a secondary aspect where sometimes it catches on, sometimes it doesn't. And I would say maybe some of the greatest artists who ever existed, we've never seen their work, because it's a piece of that puzzle, which is the ability to live in the world and promote their work and show their work. Like there are some great musicians who are homeless. They don't have what it takes to be able to go on a 300-date tour. Being a professional musician is a grueling life. So you can be super talented, but if you don't have the work ethic side of it down, then that's not going to work either. It's both the talent, the inspiration, the stars aligning, and the ability to want to break through the walls that you need to break through in these competitive fields. All of those things have to come together. And a lot of it's out of our control. The parts that are in our control is we can work hard, we can show up, we could do our best and be willing to do whatever it takes for it to work. But that still doesn't guarantee that it works.
Right. So there's a thing in music, tell me if this is true. There's a sort of cliche in music, which is every artist's first hit album is the result of, 20 years of, artistic creativity and, evolution and original thinking and new ideas and new styles and, kind of the thing that makes them, kind of break through, some new thing. Like that's album number one. And then album number two is always about life on the road.
It's often the case.
Right. Because all of a sudden, to your point, like that is their life.
It's also possible that an artist has had a hard life and then found success and their life changes and now they live in luxury and they can't tap into that energy that what they were struggling against. The struggle was their art, and now they're not struggling anymore.
let's take everything that you guys have said on these topics as true. Let's just assume this is all correct, which I think it is. Then the advice that gets applied, then you hear this a lot.
That's very true. AI can't have a story like that. It doesn't have a struggle story like that.
In a startup world. The advice gets applied is, follow your passion, screw the doubters. The doubters are wrong. Don't market test things, don't worry about the audience. Don't worry about the market. Like, just do the thing that you think you're on planet Earth to do. You could argue that that's good advice because it gets people down this path, like Rick, of like what you do with artists, to kind of discovering authenticity. You could also argue, though, there's like a degenerate version of that advice, which basically is like, just be narcissistic, just be completely self-absorbed, and, just do things for yourself, and, just like completely disregard the entire concept of an audience. Like what's the dividing line when sort of advice that derives from these ideas is actually like good advice versus at what point is it just actually encouraging people to become insufferable, and sort of to unplug from the things that they need to do to actually find an audience?
I believe that the audience comes last, and the artists should be true to themselves, and that ultimately is in service to the audience. The audience is best served when they get the real version of you. If you start watering down the real version of you to do what they want,
right, it's
a recipe for disaster.
But that said, some of the best, like in movies, like some of the best directors do extensive, they will do testing. Like, they'll make the movie, they will test it, they will take the audience feedback because it just turns out they lose. Like when they see the audience react to what they've made, they realize things about it that causes them to improve it. Like, is that a legit? Like, I was gonna say, so is that a legitimate? Like, what's the line between that and what you're trying to get them to not do?
Well, sometimes you'll have a director show a movie to an audience and realize problems with it and work on them. And there are other times that they'll show a movie to an audience and the audience hates it, and those movies go on to be great hits. So there is no hard and fast rule. It's like, did they show it to the right audience? Not everything is for everybody. That's another part of it. It's like, how do you get to the audience that's the right audience for the thing that you're making?
There's a famous story that was one more thing. So there's a famous story from the making of Blazing Saddles, and I don't know if it's true, but if it's not, it should be.
Yeah.
Which is Mel Brooks made Blazing Saddles, and he screened it for the executives, I think, at Warner Brothers, and it was like nobody laughed. They sat there in stunned silence. They were completely horrified, and like they were just like, "This thing is a train wreck. Like, this is horrible." And then they did a follow-up screening with the assistants and the secretaries, and who just like were howling with laughter the entire way through. And so, yeah, now I guess maybe the claim or the critique on this would be, yes, if you're...
Is there any other... I'm hungry, so... What did you make?
There's rice, there's pork. More fruit.
I don't want fruit.
Cheese.
I've eaten a lot of cheese lately.
I know, there was so much cheese.
Eating blocks of cheese.
I would go to the fridge in the morning and be like, there's a whole block of cheese. Come on.
It's true. It's true. Somebody's having fun. Would you be such a good wife? Such an amazing wife? And bring me out water, pork, and my chew, please.
In a minute, yeah.
In a minute.
In a minute. I'm not ready to do the stairs again.
If you weren't pregnant, I'm just kidding. I'd be, how dare you? I'm just kidding. I am just kidding.
For Mel Brooks, and you've made Blazing Saddles, it's fine to have test screenings in which nobody laughs.
Yeah.
But like your median filmmaker who does that has probably actually really truly shit the bed.
But how do you know? Again, how do you know?
Yeah, how do you know? Yeah, so I've got a somewhat refined answer to your question, Mark. So there's a there was a band that had a great name called Soul to Soul, and the reason it's a great name is because that's kind of what music is, from my soul to your soul. And so, as an artist, if it doesn't come from your soul, or as an entrepreneur, it's never going to work. Now, there may be an alignment thing to getting it exactly to land. But if you compromise the original thing, then you're just a wreck. And actually in entrepreneur world, like we saw this with Databricks, where like they had a very clear vision of what they were going to be, and the audience wanted it on premise. And they refused to do it because it was so contrary to their vision. But they still, they still had to do a lot of work to understand the customer needs over time. But like the core idea they had was like, it had to be in the cloud. And I think that, when you compromise the core thing in kind of entrepreneurship at art, which is like, this is the thing that I really, really feel, then it's always going to be bad. Like there's no way to make that good after the fact by listening to feedback.
But Ben, the tension I find there, let's say I'm going to channel being my dark founder days, when you're in the middle of the idea maze, you've got something that you believe the world needs, but you read Mark's product market fit, definition, and you stare at it in tears because it's not resonating, right? You've put out what you think the world needs, but it's not resonating. Is the answer to reconcile what Rick is saying and what you're saying, which is you can't compromise what matters, and yet or reconcile what Mark was saying is you've got to, when you're building for a customer, you've got to change everything about it before you have product market fit until you find it. Is the answer that you just have to care really authentically about a type of person you want to serve, and then exceed their expectations? And what's authentic and true is that you care deeply about some particular person in the world who you want to serve, because your job is to build a product or a service, or in the case of a musician, to serve humanity by evoking a feeling or helping someone when they listen to your hip hop record to lift them up and give them the pep they need to go about their day. Is the answer that you have to be in service of somebody else to ultimately serve yourself?
I can say that it's so simple that you're serving people like you. You're the audience. You're making your favorite thing. You're in love with it. And then other people who like the things you like will like it. Thing other than that is some sort of mind reading. It's some sort of like fiction. You can't know what anyone else is going to think or like or do. If you taste some food and you love it, you're excited, you guys got to taste this. It's so good. And you'll either like it or not. But there's no better judge. I can't taste food and say, this tastes terrible to me, but I think you're really going to love it. It's impossible. It's an impossible way to live.
Right. It's funny. We don't really have a positive word for narcissism.
Yeah.
Or solipsism is the other, solipsism is self-absorption, like self-absorption.
Self-knowledge. Know oneself.
To know oneself. Right. Yeah.
Which is a very deep thing. It's an extremely deep concept. It takes you a lifetime to do sometimes, Yeah. But you're right. It is generally frowned upon by society.
Ben, it seems like that's the future of education. If expertise matters less and less, what matters more and more is taste and being in touch with yourself and this kind of self-knowledge. And so how do we think about that, Rick, in terms of sort of the future of education in a world where the skills that you have, i.e. sort of the lack of skills in certain areas, but a high regard of taste is just more important?
Yeah, it seems like taste and curiosity and open-mindedness is where it's at. And that's what, I don't know. I don't remember ever learning anything in school that was helpful to me at any point in my life.
You and Mark have that in common.
My takeaway is basically that you're saying we've got to vibe with ourselves when using these tools, and watching and reading The Way of Code is basically a window into watching how you, Rick, vibed with yourself in the creation of this.
It's again, a 3,000-year-old manual on how to vibe with yourself. That's what it is.
Dope. No, I'm not interested.
I already said because people should protect those who are weaker than them. Once again, claim that I'm stipulating. If you disagree and don't think those who are stronger should use that to protect those who are less strong, then I guess this doesn't follow. But I think that's a pretty. I already said because people should protect those who are weaker than them. Once again, claim that I'm stipulating. If you disagree and don't think those who are stronger should use that to protect those who are less strong, then I guess this doesn't follow. But I think that's a pretty strong intuition that most people hold.
Let's make sure that you hold this intuition then. Okay.
Yeah.
So would you consider like a 13-year-old boy to be a child?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with me that 13-year-old boys can be about as strong as the average woman?
Sure. I would depend. I'm not sure.
So should 13-year-old boys give up their seats on the lifeboat for women?
Maybe it's a case by case dependent basis. I think you should try to save women and children because
should the 13-year-old give up their spot in the lifeboat for a 70-year-old woman?
No, because I think there's a longer lifespan. Wait, Andrew, this is what you did.
Yeah, here we go.
No, this is what you did. I'm gonna explain what you did. You took one categorization that I made and general prescription.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's not consistent,
That those who are stronger should generally protect those who are weaker. That's what I said. And you were saying, so in every single case where there's someone who's stronger, they should protect someone who's weaker overriding
you didn't
consideration.
Say generally.
Did I not say generally?
You actually just said that stronger people should protect weaker people.
Okay, then I meant that in the general sense. I'm sorry for not specifying.
So generally speaking, then men are going to be disadvantaged in society under your view.
I don't think they're going to be disadvantaged because they have the advantage of more strength. So them using that strength to protect
others.
You're
prescribing a duty. You haven't actually told me why it is. So for instance, do you agree that men and women's lives are equally valuable?
Equally valuable? Yeah.
Okay, then why the fuck would you say that they should give up their spots in the lifeboat because they're stronger?
Equally valuable, because I think if we're talking about a boat sinking, I think most men would probably be better able.
Men give up their spots because they're stronger, but they also have more value. And it's also true that a 13-year-old boy is stronger than the average woman. But a 13-year-old boy is a boy. So does a 13-year-old boy, because he is stronger, give up his spot for elderly women or women or anybody weaker?
Like a seat?
Yeah.
You just push them down when they're sitting down.
He's the strongest one. He can just take them all out.
Yeah.
To swim longer, be able to
in the icy fucking waters of the fucking. Are you serious? The icy waters of the Atlantic Ocean. They're going to have a better fighting chance against the sharks. Like, what are you talking? What?
Wait, hold on, Andrew.
Come on, bro,
dude.
This is fucking crazy.
No, there were Andrew. Are you not? Are you not agreeing with me? Who do you think would survive longer in the icy water?
I think you're talking about seconds or minutes, perhaps.
Okay. And if there were rescue boats going by?
There's not rescue boats. There wasn't rescue boats going by,
well, I'm glad we're not in that situation anymore.
Yeah, but I am asking you about that situation. You said they should give up their spots on the Titanic. The women get the lifeboats because the men are stronger, even though their lives are both equally valuable. Yes. Why?
I think that some men should do that. Absolutely.
Why?
Why? Because you should want to protect those who are weaker than
you. Though? Why though? If it's just a matter of you saying,
he's actually not saying like anything aside for preferences. He has no justification for his preferences. It's grounded in nothing. The only thing it's grounded in is ideology.
Because you're stronger, then you switch. What you're doing is switching your case use here, which is fucking. It's equivocation. It's pissing me off because it's not even genuine. You're making the equivocal case that, wait a second, right? Men generally are stronger than women, so therefore should protect them because generally stronger people should protect weaker people.
Yes.
Okay, that follows in that aspect. You're a bit stronger, right?
Yes.
You have some sort of like duty or obligation to protect those weaker than you. But when you're in a situation like the fucking Titanic, right, where your strength differential doesn't fucking matter at all, right? You still prescribe that the women get the lifeboats, bro. And I need you to tell me why.
Why should they get the lifeboats? I think I am then expressing an intuition based on that case that is based on the fact that men are generally stronger than women. So maybe in
How
this
is
case,
that helpful?
Hold on. Maybe in this case, then they shouldn't, because this case doesn't involve strength or anything like that. So in this case, then maybe not. In the Titanic, in that case, then yeah, maybe not.
Okay, so you're
If we're talking
retracting that?
and I'll
Okay, so you're gonna retract
the claim
that.
for women. I'll retract the claim for they should give it up for women. Maybe not children though, because children would have a longer lifespan ahead of them. And men and women's lives, I would agree, are roughly equal. But you can argue that children's lives, many people would consider them more valuable because they have a longer life to live.
Okay, so then men don't have an obligation to sacrifice their lives for women.
No. I don't
Okay,
think necessarily.
got
so.
it. They
No,
don't have.
I don't think. No, I don't think each individual man. I think society has an obligation to protect those who are weaker. But I think that no individual person.
So society relies on men's protection. And if it relies on men's protection, how do then women get rights?
Should be compelled to risk or
Well, I didn't say
their
compelled.
life.
I asked about duty. That wouldn't be
Men.
like a foreign compellence.
No, I don't think men have that duty. No.
They don't have that duty.
Men in general, no. Those who are stronger, not to die for other people necessarily.
So you don't think that there's a social obligation inside of society which shames men if they don't protect women who are physically weaker than them?
I think there is, but the thing is also I think a man is much less likely to die than a woman in those situations.
Yeah, so what?
So then it's much
But
less
he's much
likely.
more likely to be shamed for not interjecting himself in the situation, which would mean that he actually would be more likely to die
And
than
I
the
think
women.
it's because he's stronger.
Yeah, but that actually would increase his risk of death over women.
All right, Andrew.
And the average man would increase the risk of death if they're interjecting more than women. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. What's your point?
Is that correct?
Yes. What's your
Okay,
point?
so then you're assisting with a bias against men,
No.
with the social shame of men. Do you think that men, because they're the stronger sex, should interject on the behalf of people who are weaker than them?
If they are stronger.
If they're strong, and on
Yes.
average, they're going to be.
Yes.
Then what you're doing is interjecting them into significant amounts of danger over the weaker sex.
It's not on the basis that they're men. It's on the basis that they're stronger.
Yes, but
it
the
would
bias
apply-
selection's still
so
gonna
it
apply
would-
to men.
Fine. So it would apply. So are you endorsing disparate impact theory here? I'm just really
What is
confused here.
disparate impact theory?
The idea that if something overwhelmingly affects a group, then therefore it ought to be considered I guess prejudice or harm against that group. So for example, if a policy was passed and it overwhelmingly disproportionately affected a racial minority or any minority, regardless of the intent
No,
of the
I
bill.
wouldn't endorse that. But what I will say is
Well,
this.
this is the type of
No,
disparate
it's
impact.
not. Here's the distinction, right? Do you agree with me that people can hide their true intentions towards a thing, right? By kind of equivocating based on their intention. So, for instance, if I said, "Look, okay, this isn't a bias against midgets, but I just think that people who are 3 feet and below shouldn't work in
Jump right back into it. This is not a bias against midgets.
Hollywood." Right?
Okay.
I'm not biased against midgets, though. Right? I'm universally applying that standard to all people,
on.
but who does it disproportionately affect the
Yeah, it
most?
does affect them. But the
Now,
question-
hang on. If
What's the-
I
what's
now
the
hang
purpose?
on, now hang on. Now, if I held a bias, a secret bias against midgets, I really fucking hated them. Right? Would that be a really good way for me to enact my will, my hatred towards those midgets by making that universal claim that all people 3 feet and under shouldn't work in Hollywood?
Sure, but Andrew,
But
what
what?
would the benefit be of banning those people from
I would
working
just
in
say
Hollywood?
things like they can't get hurt as easy.
Can't get hurt.
Yeah,
as
people who
easily?
are 5 feet and are above, they don't get hurt as easy as people who are 3 feet and below.
It's kind of true. We got a bunch of 3 footers running around our house.
Yeah.
I think
Especially when you're on Hollywood sets
were-
and things like
if
that.
you were making then standards that were, I mean, we have this. Do you think it's prejudicial?
It would universally apply to all people.
Okay, then do you think it's prejudicial that we hate children because
no,
we
no.
have
What I'm
height,
saying-
because we have height
Yeah.
limitations on
Height supremacy is making a comeback.
rides at roller coasters?
So hang on.
Is that prejudice
I'm not
against
making the claim that you can't make even universalized prescriptions based on safety. I'm asking a specific and narrow question, which is that if I hated midgets, would it not then follow that if I was making prescriptions, right, that seemingly on their face were a bit absurd, seemingly a bit on their face absurd, right, but did universalize them by saying it's for all people, but the inaction of that really was going to disproportionately affect midgets, that it might stand to reason that I had some bias against midgets. Do you think hang on, I'm just saying this is conditional. Let me look at the camera too. It's just as conditional. But don't you think that if I passed legislation which was disproportionately affect only one group, right? But I was doing it as a universal claim for all, right? That people might think my motivations were to try to like disproportionately affect that group. Don't you think that follows?
It could be, but it's not necessarily. I don't think we think men should.
Isn't it interesting, though, that you endorse feminism while at the same time having a bias against men because they're stronger?
I don't have a bias against men.
Sure sounds like you do.
I don't. I think that those, I already said this, I think those who are stronger, regardless of sex, should protect those who are weaker.
Yeah, but again, here's the problem. When you claim that I'm a feminist, right, which you have, and that you're here to defend feminism, isn't it interesting that part of this, kind of like a prescription for society based around feminism is that it just so happens that men need to, of course, you don't mean men, you just mean stronger people, but men have to interject and put themselves in harm's way more than women do, and you happen to be a feminist. You don't think people are going to put two and two together and think that, well, perhaps you have a bit of bias towards men?
Bias towards men or biased against men?
Yeah.
No, I don't necessarily think that follows at all.
Okay, why not?
Because I don't think that it means that you hate someone if you think that because
I didn't say hate. Did I say hate?
Fine,
or bias?
Fine, Andrew. I don't think that you're
you
biased.
You can fine Andrew.
I don't think that you're biased against
passive. Fine, Andrew. Fine, Andrew.
Of someone or a group of people. If you think because they have advantages, they should use them to the less well off. Do you think it would?
Andrew Wilson makes soy boy feminists realize his arguments make no sense.
Do you think that like taxing the wealthy is like a bias against rich people?
I think it can be.
So, but
what did Gator say? He doesn't seem gay to me. I think that he's just a very effeminate soy boy, straight guy who would be the one to sing, "I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby."
There's a reason for that.
Do you think it necessarily is?
I never said anything about
any
of this being necessarily the case.
Okay, so it's not necessarily. Fine. Okay.
Yeah.
I agree.
What I said was that people can hide the motivation. And I do think, by the way, using this example of the wealthy, that oftentimes progressives do fucking hate the wealthy and blame them for problems inside of society because they think they're selfish and want to punish them. They want to punish them.
Some people might do that. I'm not denying that they're going to do that.
So the thing is, is like,
fine. Then I am in full agreement with you that wanting to punish people is a bad reason for doing that.
So what reward? Okay, so for this duty that is going to disproportionately affect men, but isn't meant to target men, just people who are stronger. What do they get out of this?
What do they get out? I don't think that duties necessitate rewards. For example, I don't think we should reward people for like using their strength to benefit others. I just think that's something that you ought to do. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, you shouldn't beat your wife. It's like, I didn't beat my wife today. You should give me more money.
He doesn't have a wife.
Money. It's like, of course not.
Isn't a draft duty which necessarily benefits others based on strength?
I don't agree with the draft because it's compulsory.
Yeah. So is this duty though? It's compulsory, right? People ought do it, you said? Isn't that a compulsion?
Sure. I'm not, 100%. I'm not, but that's a legal compulsion. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be general societal like pushes towards certain things, but I don't think it should be legally compelled in which you go to jail or are killed for not joining the draft. But yeah, absolutely. I think that if society is on the brink of collapse or something like that, those who are stronger should step up and try to defend that.
And what would the equal female duty to this be?
There's not an equal female duty. And I've had this before. You had the same conversation. There's not a equal female. There's not equal duty for those who would typically be associated with.
He just caught himself. There's not an equal duty for those that are weaker. Why? So if there's an equal duty, who has more responsibilities? And if who has more responsibilities, who has more power?
That women have it all?
Yeah, I think so. Same duties that men would have in terms of kindness towards others, being respectful towards others.
Those aren't duties.
Why are those duties? Yeah, those are not duties.
wanting to lift people up? I think it is.
No, it's not a duty to be
Absolutely.
kind and respectful. We've been disrespectful
Absolutely.
this whole time. Where's your kindness and, and duty?
Wait, I think people should be okay, Andrew. I'm sorry that I wasn't specific enough in saying that you should be generally kind. I don't think that
generally.
someone. Hold on, Andrew. Fine,
Come
because
on, dude.
wait. When I say people have a duty to be kind, what you interpreted that as incorrectly is you have to be kind all the time, which is not true.
No, it's just that being kind is not in and of itself a duty. It's not like a social responsibility. It's a preference you have. It's not a duty.
Okay, so you just generally think people should be kind.
I think being kind in general is a good thing.
Yeah, but the
You should be
strong
kind.
Why?
ought,
person.
the strong ought to protect the weak.
Sure.
Ought.
Are they always protecting the weak?
No, but you think they always should.
If that situation arises.
Yes. So that would be always.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a monolithic statement for an ought, but it's interesting how you move between the monolithic situation of your ought when it comes to that. But with the second we get to women, suddenly they don't have any of those monolithic oughts. That's very strange. What monolithic ought do women have?
They don't, because they're not stronger than men. Like what
other monolithic? Well, there's one thing they.
So women should do nothing. They can do no wrong. They are weaker.
They can do, men can't.
Sure.
And if they're weaker, why then should they be the president? Why then should they be CEOs of companies?
Reproduce, Andrew. I know
Yeah,
that.
how come that's not a monolithic ought?
Because they should not have to have children.
Why?
Because we can have a society where people voluntarily have children without forcing them to do so. We can increase
We can have a
incentives.
society where men don't voluntarily assist anybody with their strength. What do you mean?
We can have a society where no one voluntarily does that, but I think we can always use incentive structures to get to that.
Yeah, but you said that they ought. If you agree with me that there can be a society in which men are not interceding on behalf of the weaker sex, in this case, women or children, right? Why ought they do that?
Why ought they do what?
Why ought they do that?
Protect women and
yes,
children?
if women have no compellence for duties for anything, they ought to do.
So hold on. I don't think that you should protect other people because you think you're owed something in return. That's the biggest problem here. I don't think men should protect women because, like, oh my God, I saved you. Now you have to bear my children. I don't think that's how these things work.
Nobody made that conflation that because you saved a woman, they now have to have your children.
Well, you're
but
saying,
however,
there's a duty.
what I'm saying,
I saved your life, therefore women in general have an obligation to have
on
children.
the monolithic ought, I'm even willing to be super charitable here and say that you didn't mean every single time, but like in most cases, it is the case that men are stronger than women, and so it should intercede on their behalf, right?
Sure.
Right? That would be pretty charitable of me to say, right?
Largely.
Okay, so then if it's the case that women are the only ones who can have children, right? I want you to grant me the same charitability and say, you know what? I'm not saying that all of them ought to have children, okay? But we should make a prescription that they should be moving towards the idea of having children, that's really good for society prescriptively, and that generally speaking, they have a duty to do it.
I think it's a good thing when people have children.
So
Including
generally speaking, women have a duty to have children.
I think that society has an obligation to keep its population growing.
So generally speaking, do women
and
have a duty to have children?
Yeah, men and women.
Okay, great. So then women, generally at least, have a duty to have kids.
I think that individual women are not subject to this because, Andrew, we can have
Oh my God, you keep changing your position. I'm going to have a smoke while Brian lets chat.
right.
Fuck him.
Oh, all right. Let's see what else is going on in the AI world. LangChain Interpret. Let's see. Is there something? We'll check that out. Let's see.
I'm really excited for this next section. So we'll be doing a fireside chat with Andrew Ng. Andrew probably doesn't need any introduction to most folks here. I'm guessing a lot of people have taken some of his classes on Coursera or deep learning. But Andrew's also been a big part of the LangChain story. So I met Andrew a little over 2 years ago at a conference when we started talking about LangChain, and he graciously invited us to do a course on LangChain with deep learning. I think it must have been the second or third one that they ever did. And I know a lot of people here probably watched that course or got started on LangChain because of that course. So Andrew has been a huge part of the LangChain journey, and I'm super excited to welcome him on stage for a fireside chat. So let's welcome Andrew Ng. Thanks for being here.
But by the way, Harrison was really kind. I think Harrison and his team has taught 6 short courses so far on DeepLearning.ai, and our metrics by Net Promoter Score and so on are that Harrison's courses are among our most highly rated. So since you go take all of Harrison's courses, I think the recent LangGraph one had the clearest explanation I have seen myself of a bunch of agentic concepts. So
They've definitely helped make our courses and explanations better. So thank you guys for that as well. You've obviously touched and thought about so many things in this industry, but one of your takes that I cite a lot, and probably people have heard me talk about, is your take on kind of like talking about the agenticness of an application as opposed to whether something's an agent. And so, you know, as we're here now at an agent conference, maybe we should rename it to an agentic conference, but would you mind kind of like clarifying that? And I think it was like almost a year and a half, 2 years ago that you said that. And so I'm curious if things have changed in your mind since then.
So I remember actually Harrison and I both spoke at a conference like over a year ago, and at that time I think both of us were trying to convince other people that agents are a thing and we should pay attention to it. And that was before, maybe I think it was midsummer last year, that a bunch of marketers got a hold of the agentic term and started sticking that sticker everywhere until last meeting. But to Harrison's question, I think about a year and a half ago I saw that a lot of people are arguing, is this an agent, is this not? They're different, arguments, is it truly autonomous not to an agent? And I felt that it was fine to have that argument, but that we would succeed better as a community if we just say that there are degrees to which something is agentic. So, and then if we just say, if you want to build an agentic system with a little bit of autonomy or a lot of autonomy, is all fine. No need to spend time arguing, is this truly an agent? Let's just call all of these things agentic systems with different degrees of autonomy. And I think that actually, hopefully, reduce the amount of time people wasted spend arguing if something is an agent, and let's just call them all agentic and then get on with it. So I think that actually worked out.
Where on that spectrum of kind of like a little autonomy to a lot of autonomy do you see people building for these days?
Yeah, so my team routinely uses LangGraph for our hardest problems, right? With complex flows and so on. I'm also seeing tons of business opportunities that frankly are fairly linear workflows or linear with just occasional side branches. So a lot of businesses, there are opportunities where right now we have people looking at a form on a website, doing web search, checking some of the database to see if it's a compliance issue or if there are, someone wishing to sell certain stuff.
You should go lay down.
stuff to, and it's kind of or take something, copy paste it, maybe do another web search, paste it in a different form. So in business processes, there's actually a lot of fairly linear workflows, or linear with very small loops and occasional branches, usually connoting a failure because I reject this workflow. So I see a lot of opportunity, but one challenge I see businesses have is it's still pretty difficult to look at some stuff that's being done in your business and figure out how to turn it into an agentic workflow. So what is the granularity with which you should break down this thing into micro tasks, and then after you build your initial prototype, if it doesn't work well enough, which of these steps do you work on to improve the performance? So I think that whole bag of skills on how to look at a bunch of stuff that people are doing, break it into sequential steps, where are the small number of branches, how do you put in place evals, all that skill set is still far too rare, I think. And then, of course, there are much more complex agentic workflows. I think you heard a bunch about with very complex loops that's very valuable as well. But I see much more in terms of number of opportunities, still not about value. There's a lot of simpler workflows that I think are still being built out.
Let's talk about some of those skills. So you've been doing deep learning. I think a lot of courses are in pursuit of helping people kind of build agents. And so what are some of the skills that you think agent builders all across the spectrum should kind of master and get started with?
Boy, it's a good question. I wish I knew a good answer to that. I've been thinking a lot about this actually recently. I think a lot of the challenges, if you have a business process workflow, you will often have people in compliance, legal, HR, whatever, doing these steps. How do you put in place the plumbing, either through a LangGraph type integration, or we'll see if MCP helps with some of that too, to ingest the data, and then how do you prompt or process and do the multiple steps in order to build this end-to-end system? And then one thing I see a lot is putting in place the right evals framework to not only understand the performance of the overall system, but to trace the individual steps. You can hone in on what's the one step that is broken, what's the one prompt that's broken to work on. I find that a lot of teams probably wait longer than they should, just using human evals, where every time you change something, you then sit there and look at a bunch of outputs to see if it's right. I see most teams probably slower to put in place evals, systematic evals, than is ideal. But I find that having the right instincts for what to do next in the project is still really difficult, right? The skilled teams, the teams that are still learning these skills will often, go down blind alleys, right? Where you spend a few months trying to improve one component. The more experienced team will say, you know what, I don't think this can ever be made to work. So just find a different way around this problem. I wish I knew more efficient ways to get this kind of almost tactile knowledge. Often you're there, you look at the output, look at the trace, look at the Langsmith output, and you just got to make a decision, right? In minutes or hours on what to do next.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point he brought up. A lot of agencies, the way they are good is if they have somebody who has a strong engineering development background, because they can really think of ways to use the automation and the agent that maybe somebody who isn't as technical would, or wouldn't rather. So yeah, creativity is huge.
And that's still very difficult.
And is this kind of tactile knowledge mostly around LLMs and their limitations, or more around just the product framing?
And also, you need to have the knowledge to have the creativity. I think that's kind of something that's misunderstood. Creativity is really powerful when you combine it with knowledge, because then you know how to kind of restructure or reorient things that would be unique in a way, presenting the information in a different way, or telling a story in a unique way, or coming up with a new story. I don't know. Anyway, it's very similar to what you would create in the AI realm. It's just a little more heady and a little more complicated and technical than it's made out to be. Even with prompting, there's a certain skill set. In order to get the best answers out of it, you need to have the really strong foundation that will allow you to become a killer at prompting, just simply that, just knowing how to speak to the AI is a skill in itself, because it's a different being. It's not a human.
Of things and that skill of taking a job and breaking it down, that's something that we're still getting accustomed to.
I think it's all of the above, actually. So I feel like over the last couple of years, AI tool companies have created an amazing set of AI tools. And this includes tools like, LangGraph, but also ideas like, how do you think about RAG? How do you think about building chatbots? Many, many different ways of approaching memory. I don't know, what else? How do you build evals? How do you build guardrails? But I feel like there's this, wide sprawling array of really exciting tools. One picture I often have in my head is if all you have are, purple Lego bricks.
And that's so, I don't know, that just kind of reinforces the creativity part, because where do you implement these tools? That is a function of creativity from knowledge. You are building up your solution through the knowledge, but in order to come up with a solution, you have to be creative and you have to be smart, because you can creatively find a solution that doesn't work. It's not in a solution, but anyway, you got to be smart and creative and knowledgeable, which is why I do believe that agencies will be around for a long time, because you have to have those three things. And yes, as AI improves, it's going to become more technical, but man, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway.
Breaks, right? You can't build that much interesting stuff. But and I think of these tools as being akin to Lego bricks, right? And the more tools you have is as if you don't just have purple Lego bricks, but a red one and a black one and a yellow one and a green one. And as you get more different colored and shaped Lego bricks, you can very quickly assemble them into really cool things. And so I think a lot of these tools, like the ones I was rattling off, as different types of Lego bricks. And when you're trying to build something, sometimes you need that right squiggly, weird shaped Lego brick, and some people know it and can plug it in and just get the job done. But if you've never built evals of a certain type, then you could actually end up spending 3 extra months doing something that someone else that's done that before could say, oh, well, we should just build evals this way, use the OM as a judge, and just go through that process to get it done much faster. So one of the unfortunate things about AI is not just one tool. And when I'm coding, I just use a whole bunch of different stuff, right? And I'm not a master of enough stuff myself, but I've learned enough tools to assemble them quickly. So and I think having that practice with different tools also helps with much faster decision making on one other thing is it also changes. So for example, because LLMs have been having longer and longer context memory, a lot of the best practices for RAG from a year and a half ago or whatever are much less relevant today, right? And I remember Harrison was really early to a lot of these things. So I played with the early LangChain, RAG frameworks, recursive summarization and all that. As LM context memories got longer, now we just dump a lot more stuff into LM context. It's not that RAG has gone away, but the hyperparameter tuning has gotten way easier. There's a huge range of hyperparameters that work, just fine. So as LMs keep progressing, the instincts we honed, 2 years ago may or may not be relevant anymore today.
You mentioned a lot of things that I want to talk about. So okay, what are some of the Lego bricks that are maybe
it makes me think that you have to continuously be learning. And if you don't know much right now, but if you were willing to put in the effort to learn everything you could and spend a lot of your time just learning AI, you could actually pass the person who has more technical background, because as he just said, you're going to have to upgrade your thinking continuously because the technology is upgrading. Therefore, certain things that used to work may not work in the future, and there's a new way of doing it, which it's good to have a foundation of what occurred before, because if you keep up with the times, guess what? If you keep putting in that effort, it's going to be hard to beat that person who has a deeper, richer background in the space than somebody who doesn't. But if that person who even has that deeper understanding but doesn't continue the progression, people like me potentially, or those who aren't very technical, will be able to surpass them just by keeping up with the times, because hard work beats talent.
Be underrated right now that you would recommend that people aren't talking about, like evals? We had 3 people talk about evals, and I think that's top of people's mind. But what are some things that most people maybe haven't thought of or haven't heard of yet that you would recommend them looking into?
Good question. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe I'm sure. So even though people talk about evals, for some reason people don't do it.
Why don't you think they do it?
And I think it's because people often have. I saw a post on this on evals writer's block. People think of writing evals as this huge thing that you have to do right. I think of evals as something I'm going to throw together really quickly, in 20 minutes, and it's not that good, but it starts to complement my human eyeball evals. And so what often happens, I'll build a system, and there's one problem where I keep on getting regression. I thought I made it work, then it breaks. I thought I made it work, then it breaks. Well, darn it, this is getting annoying. Then I code up a very simple eval, maybe with 5 input examples and some very simple LMS judge to just check for this one regression, right? Did this one thing break? And then I'm not swapping out human evals for automated evals. I'm still looking at the output myself, but when I change something, I'll run this evals to just take this burdensome thing so I don't have to think about it. And then what happens is, just like the way we write English, maybe, once you have some slightly helpful but clearly very broken, imperfect eval, then you start to go, you know what? I can improve my eval to make it better, and I can improve it to make it better. So just as when we build a lot of applications, we build some, very quick and dirty thing that doesn't work, and it can make it better. For a lot of the way I build evals, I built really awful evals that barely helps. And then when you look at what it does, you go, you know what? This eval's broken. I could fix it, and you incrementally make it better. So that's one thing.
What he just described is basically like creating rough drafts, right? You just create rough drafts of whatever it is that you want to do, or a prototype, and then you begin to iterate it. Like, it's better to have something to iterate to get closer to whatever it is that you envision than trying to come up with the perfect idea to then execute. It's just better to start somewhere than nowhere.
I'll mention one thing that people have talked a lot about, but I think is still underrated, is the voice stack. It's one of the things that I'm actually very excited about voice applications. A lot of my friends are very excited about voice applications. I see a bunch of large enterprises really excited about voice applications, very large enterprises, very large.
I think the voice applications are going to be huge because it'll make the interactions with AI even more natural, right? Because communicating via text or speech are different things. We can pick up tonality in speaking where it's maybe a little more difficult or subtle or hidden in text. So being able to speak with the AI, I think, will greatly enhance our capabilities to use it. We'll see.
Use cases. For some reason, while there are some developers in this community doing voice, the amount of developer attention on voice stack applications, there is some, right? It's not that people ignored it, but that's one thing that feels much smaller than the large enterprise importance I see, as well as applications coming down the pipe. And not all of this is the real-time voice API. It's not all speech-to-speech native audio in, audio out models. I find those models are very hard to control. But when we use more of an agentic voice stack workflow, which we find much more controllable, AI find working with a ton of teams on voice stack stuff, that some of which hopefully will be announced in the near future. I've seen a lot of very exciting things. And then other things I think underrated, one other one that maybe is not underrated, but more business should do it. I think many of you have seen that developers that use AI assistants in our coding is so much faster than developers that don't. It's been interesting to see how many companies, CIOs and CTOs, still have policies that don't let engineers use AI assisted coding. I think maybe sometimes for good reasons, but I think we have to get past that because, frankly, I don't know, my teams and I just hate to ever have to code again without AI assistance. But I think some businesses still need to get through that. I think underrated is the idea that I think everyone should learn to code. One fun fact about AI Fun, everyone in AI Fund, including the person that runs our front desk receptionist and my CFO and my and the general counsel, everyone in AI Fund actually knows how to code. And it's not that I want them to be software engineers, they're not. But in their respective job functions, many of them, by learning a little bit about how to code, are better able to tell a computer what they want it to do. And so it's actually driving meaningful productivity improvements across all of these job functions that are not software engineering. So
that is a really good point, because computer language is different than human language, just kind of like we were talking about with the text and the voice. So Python, JavaScript, C++, those are all coding languages. It's all the way to communicate with the computer. And if you know how to code, you can then more than likely know how to prompt or improve iteratively through your prompting. Same thing with automations and development architects, like system architects. And especially, like that's the other thing too, where they say the most money is going to be made, or the people who are going to be the new founders rather, are going to be designers. Because when you think about it, the reason why people like to look at the automation workflows in part is because it kind of looks cool, right? Like the way that they put it together kind of looks like an art. You're like, how do you put it together? Especially if you are the one trying to create automations. And if you can know how to put them together in a very eloquent way, like the Steve Jobs, you know what I mean? Like it's prime for somebody like Steve Jobs in this space. I don't know.
So that's been exciting as well.
Talking about kind of like AI coding, what tools are you using for that personally?
So we're working on some things that we've not yet announced.
Oh, exciting.
Yeah. So maybe I do use Cursor, Windsurf, and some other things.
All right, we'll come back to that later.
I wonder what other things that he uses. What do you think?
Talking about voice, if people here want to get into voice and they're familiar with building kind of like agents with LLMs, how similar is it? Are there a lot of ideas that are transferable, or what's new? What will they have to learn?
Yeah, so it turns out there are a lot of applications where I think voice is important. It creates certain interactions that are much more. It turns out that it turns out from an application perspective, input text prompt is kind of intimidating, right? For a lot of applications, well, we can go to the user and say, "Tell me what you think. Here's a block of text."
Because also it requires a different knowledge base. Those who can communicate better via text in general will perform better than those who don't. And then if those who perform better in speech could use the AI in a better way than those who can't, if the voice agent is improved. It's just, where does your skill set, where is your strength? And you can find that in AI and capitalize from it there.
Text prompt, write a bunch of text for me. That's actually very intimidating for users. And one of the problems with that is people can use backspace. And so, people are just slower to respond via text. Whereas for voice, time rolls forward. You just have to keep talking. You could change your mind. You could actually say, "Oh, I changed my mind. Forget that earlier thing." And our model is actually pretty good at dealing with it. But I find that there are a lot of applications where the user friction to just getting them to use it is lower. We just say, "Tell me what you think," and then they respond in voice. So in terms of voice, the one biggest difference is in terms of engineering requirements is latency, because if someone says something, you kind of really want to respond in, I don't know, sub 1 second, right? Less than 500 milliseconds is great, but really ideally sub 1 second. And we have a lot of agentic workflows that will run for many seconds. So when DeepLearning.ai worked with Real Avatar to build an avatar of me, this is on the webpage, you can talk to an avatar of me if you want. Our initial version had kind of 5 to 9 seconds of latency, and it's just a bad user experience. You say something, 9 seconds of silence, then my avatar responds. But so we wound up building things like we call it pre-response. So just as if you ask me a question, I might go, "Huh, that's interesting," or "No, let me think about that." So we prompted an ARM to basically do that, to hide the latency, and it actually seems to work great. And there are all these other little tricks as well. Turns out if you're building a voice customer service chatbot, it turns out that if you play background noise of a customer contact center instead of dead silence, people are much more accepting of that latency. So I find that there are a lot of these things that that are different than a pure text-based LLM, but in applications where a voice-based modality lets the user be comfortable and just start talking, I think it sometimes really reduces the user friction to getting some information out of them in a safe. I think when we talk, we don't feel like we need to deliver perfection as much as when we write. So it's somehow easier for people to just start blurting out their ideas and change their mind and go back and forth. And that lets us get the information from them that we need to help the user to move forward.
I have a question for that. How will that impact training in the AI models for like the voice agents and just in general? What I mean is, what I'm referring to, when he said people are more receptive when there's a latency in the voice agent, but there's background noise as if they're working in a real customer service call center. So is there anything that would maybe cause the AI to pick up on that it's easier to not necessarily deceive, but communicate and interact with, for whatever reason, to adapt like to the environment, to like know how to like begin to adapt and communicate better with us? I don't know, or just communicate better in general. I don't know. Anyway, maybe I'm crazy.
Huh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
One of the new things that's out there, and you mentioned briefly, is MCP. How are you seeing that transform how people are building apps, what types of apps they're building, or what's generally happening in the ecosystem?
Yeah, so I think it's really exciting. Just this morning, we released with Anthropic short calls on MCP. I actually saw a lot of stuff, on the interweb on MCP that I thought was quite confusing. So when we got together in Anthropic, we said, let's create a really good short course on MCP that explains it clearly. I think MCP is fantastic. I think it was a very clear market gap, and that OpenAI adopted it also, I think, speaks to the importance of this. I think the MCP standard will continue to evolve, right? So for example, I think many of you know what MCP is, right? Makes it much easier for agents primarily, but frankly, I think other types of software to plug into different types of data. When I'm using LMs myself, or when I'm building applications, frankly, for a lot of us, we spend so much time on the plumbing, right? So I think for those of you from large enterprises as well, the AI, especially reasoning models, are like pretty darn intelligent. They could do a lot of stuff when given the right context. But so I find that my team spend a lot of time working on the plumbing, on the data integrations to get the context of the OM to make it do something that often is pretty sensible when it has the right input context. So MCP, I think, is a fantastic way to try to standardize the interface to a lot of tools or API calls as well as data sources. It feels like a little bit like Wild West. A lot of MCP servers you find on the internet do not work, right? And then the authentication systems are kind of, even for the very large companies, with MCP servers a little bit clunky. It's not clear if the authentication token totally works and when it expires. There's a lot of that going on. I think the MCP protocol itself is also early. Right now, MCP gives a long list of the resources available. Eventually, I think we'll need some more hierarchical discovery. Imagine you want to build something, I don't know, I don't know if there ever be an MCP interface to a land graph, but land graph has so many API calls, you just can't have like a long list of everything under the sun for an agent to sort out. So I think some sort of hierarchical discovery mechanism. So I think MCP is a really fantastic first step. Definitely encourage you to learn about it. It will make your life easier, probably. if you find a good MCP server implementations to help with some of the data integrations, and I think it'll be important. It's this idea of when you have n models or n agents and m data sources, it should not be n times m effort to do all the integrations. It should be n plus m, and I think MCP is a fantastic first step. It will need to evolve, but it's a fantastic first step toward that type of data integration.
Another type of protocol that's seen less buzz than MCP is some of the agent-to-agent stuff. And I remember when we were at a conference a year or so ago, I think you were talking about multi-agent systems, which this would kind of enable. So how do you see some of the multi-agent or agent-to-agent stuff evolving?
Yeah, so I think, agentic AI is still so early. Most of us, right, including me, we struggle to even make our code work. And so making my agent work with someone else's agent, it feels like a too miracle, requirement. So I see that when one team is building a multi-agent system, that often works because we build a bunch of agents, they communicate with themselves, we understand the protocols, blah, blah, that works. But right now, at least at this moment in time, and maybe I'm off, the number of examples I'm seeing of when one team's agent or collection of agents successfully engages a totally different team's agent or collection of agents, I think we're a little bit early to that. I'm sure we'll get there, but I'm not personally seeing real success, huge success stories of that yet. I'm not sure if you're seeing.
No, I agree. I think it's super early. I think if MCP is early, I think agent-to-agent stuff is even earlier. Another thing that's kind of like top of people's mind right now is kind of vibe coding and all of that. And you touched on it a little bit earlier with how people are using these AI coding assistants. But how do you think about vibe coding? Is that a different skill than before? What kind of purpose does that serve in the world?
Yeah, so but I think many of us code with barely looking at the code, right? I think it's a fantastic thing to be doing. I think it's unfortunate that called vibe coding because it's misleading a lot of people into thinking, just go with the vibes, accept this, reject that. And frankly, when I'm coding for a day, with vibe coding or whatever, with AI coding assistance, I'm frankly exhausted by the end of the day. It's a deeply intellectual exercise.
That's the other thing too. It is an intellectual exercise to just learn how to use any of these models, even the simplest ones. Because I've had times where I'm trying to work on a certain project using ChatGPT, and I have iterated the same thing like 1,000 times, reworded some things myself, restructured a couple things myself, plugged it back in, kept iterating and iterating and iterating. And that is tasking. It's just mental work, like he's saying. But that's the other thing, too. It's like there is actual work going into the knowledge that you're acquiring, which in that, the work in acquiring the knowledge and understanding it and being able to communicate it and teach it makes it valuable. And the more difficult the knowledge, the more valuable. As long as the market kind of wants that knowledge, I suppose. It's not always true. So anyway.
And so I think the name is unfortunate, but the phenomenon is real and it's been taking off and is great. So I over the last year, a few people have been advising others to not learn to code on the basis that AI will automate coding. I think we'll look back at some of the worst career advice ever given. Because over the last many decades, as coding became easier, more people started to code. So it turns out, when we went from punch cards to keyboards and terminals, right? Or when it turns out, I actually found some very old articles. When programming went from assembly language to literally COBOL, there were people arguing back then, we have COBOL, it's so easy, we don't need programmers anymore. And obviously, when it became easier, more people learned to code. And so with AI coding assistance, a lot more people should code. But I think, and it turns out one of the most important skills of the future for developers and non-developers is the ability to tell a computer exactly what you want so they will do it for you. And I think understanding at some level, which all of you do, I know, but understanding at some level how a computer works lets you prompt or instruct the computer much more precisely, which is why I still try to advise everyone to learn one programming language, learn Python or something. And then I think maybe some of you know this. I personally am a much stronger Python developer than say JavaScript, right? But with AI assisted coding, I now write a lot more JavaScript and TypeScript code than I ever used to. But even when debugging, JavaScript code that something else wrote for me that I didn't write with my own fingers, really understanding, what are the error cases? What does this mean? That's been really important for me to debug my JavaScript code. So.
Yeah, I think that's an underrated thing in vibe coding, to just know how to code, because you are simply prompting into the LLM or whatever it is. I think it's an LLM. I don't know. Anyway, you're prompting into it, and the way it communicates is like through code, and it understands code, and it's building code. So if you know how to communicate in code, it would definitely help you be a better vibe coder. Pretty obvious.
If you don't like the name vibe coding, do you have a better name in mind?
Oh, that's a good question. I should think about that.
We'll get back to you on that.
That's a good question.
One of the things that you announced recently is a new fund for AI Fund. So congrats on that. For people in the audience who are maybe thinking of starting a startup or looking into that, what advice would you have for them?
So AI Fund's a venture studio. So we build companies and we exclusively invest in companies that we co-founded. So I think in terms of looking back on AI Fund's, lessons learned, the number one, I would say the number one predictor of a startup success is speed. I know we're in Silicon Valley, but I see a lot of people that have never seen yet the speed with which a skilled team can execute. And if you've never seen it before, I know many of you have seen it, it's just so much faster than anything that slower businesses know how to do. And I think the number two predictor, also very important, is technical knowledge. It turns out if we look at the skills needed to build a startup, there's some things like how do you market, how do you sell, how do you price, all that is important, but that knowledge has been around, so it's a little bit more widespread. But the knowledge that's really rare is how does technology actually work? Because technology has been evolving so quickly. So I have deep respect for the go-to-market people. Pricing is hard, marketing is hard, positioning is hard, but that knowledge is more diffuse, and the most rare resource is someone that really understands how the technology works. So AI Fund, we really like working with deeply technical people that have good instincts or understands, do this, don't do that. This lets you go twice as fast. And then I think a lot of the business stuff, that knowledge is very important, but it's usually easier to figure out.
All right, that's great advice for starting something. We are going to wrap this up. We're going to go to a break now, but before we do, please join me in giving Andrew a big hand, and thank you.
Thank you.
There's a lot of good stuff here. I'm torn. All right. I am going to pick. Let's start with this one.
You went into great detail about what's happening, particularly in China. I just wanted to go over something that I felt wasn't asked, which is fiscal second quarter sales, $45 billion plus or minus 2%. $8 billion of lost revenue opportunity, specifically relating to China in H20. It seems as if you made up somewhere some demand for a different product or from a different geography or from a different corner of the market. What was that?
Well, we got a whole bunch of engines firing right now. The biggest one, of course, is the reasoning AI inference. The demand is just off the charts. You see the popularity of all these AI services now, ChatGPT, Gemini, so on and so forth, Grok. I mean, they're just doing incredibly well across the board. And all of the APIs that they serve out and all the agentic AI services that are built on top of them, they're all doing incredibly well. I think that there's just a giant breakthrough in AI's capability, and inferencing has just become a giant workload. Second, people realize that Blackwell is just a home run. NVLink 72 is a home run architecture. We designed it to be a thinking machine, a reasoning AI system. And I think people now, the confluence of the breakthrough in reasoning AI and the availability that, now the emergence of Grace Blackwell and NVLink 72, perfect timing. I think that's at the core, a big part of it. And the second part of it is that our supply chain is growing and we're really ramping it up and they're doing fantastically for us. And so all of these things are all coming together.
And so it is fair to say that some of that additional supply on Blackwell and the demand for Blackwell kind of made up for the opportunity lost in China, at least in the outlook for this current period?
Yeah, I guess so. But, you can't underestimate the importance of the China market. This is the second largest AI market. This is the home of the world's largest population of AI researchers. And we want all of the world's AI researchers and all of the world's developers to be building on American stacks. And so, irrespective of the near term revenue success that we have, we can't ignore the fact that the Chinese market is very important.
You explained, again, in some detail, that at least in the Hopper architecture, you have engineered down to the lowest spec possible. It's not possible to do anything different with Hopper for the Chinese market. But in your consideration for a different architecture or a chip for the Chinese market, is that what we're talking about, a new design or new class? And have you made that proposal to the administration, just designing from the ground up a new chip?
We're still thinking through that. They're just the limitations are quite stringent, quite limited, if you will. H20 is as far down as we could take a Hopper. We don't know how to make it even less, and so that's really the limit. So there aren't main, the limitations are quite stringent. So we have to really think through it. Whatever we make ultimately has to add value to the market, and so it's a really tightrope because the Chinese competitors have evolved and advanced greatly over the last year. Like everybody else, they're doubling, quadrupling their capabilities every year, and the volume is increasing substantially. And remember, these are data center chips; they don't have to be small; they could be quite large. Without American technology, the availability of Chinese technology will fail the market. And so, whatever we offer has to at least be competitive and has to add value to the market.
Jensen, does Huawei have an AI accelerator or a GPU that is performant as H20 or is performant of other classes of GPU that?
I don't really have anything to say. I just thought I needed to pause it.
Huawei's technology, based on our best understanding at the moment, and we have a lot of ground truth there, is probably comparable to an H200. And so they've been moving quite fast, and they've also offered this new system called Cloud Matrix that scales up to even a larger system than our latest generation Grace Blackwell. And so Huawei, as you know, is a formidable technology company, and they're not sitting still, and they look for ways to compete, and they're quite formidable.
With that in mind, you've kind of explained the landscape now, NVIDIA's ability to operate in China. And I mean, you and I this year alone have already discussed the idea that there are 50% of the world's AI researchers in or from China. But are you having a sense of the vacuum created that those big names, I think about Tencent or Alibaba or Baidu, that were buyers of H20, that they've already pivoted and turned to the offering from Huawei because of the policy that is in place?
Yeah, they have no choice but to, one of the challenges of the changing regulations is the ability for markets to trust the NVIDIA and ultimately American platforms. And so it's prudent, I think, for the Chinese customers to make sure that they develop their stack on Huawei, and because it's hard to rely on American technology at this point. And so that's one of the unfortunate parts of changing policies. But anyhow, I have every confidence that if able to compete, American companies will compete. This is to write off American technology companies is not smart. This is the home of some of the brightest computer scientists in the world. American companies are incredibly competitive. We just have to have the confidence to go compete. And if we have the confidence to compete, we will win.
You said during the earnings call that you trust President Trump and that the president has a vision and a plan. Could I ask if you've talked to him about that plan and if it includes coordinating with NVIDIA on policy adjustment that relates to changes in technology export controls?
Well, obviously, I don't know all of his ideas, but let me tell you about two that are incredible. The first one is utterly visionary. The idea of tariffs being a pillar of a bold vision to reindustrialize, to onshore manufacturing, and motivate the world to invest in the United States, and it's just an incredible vision. I think this is going to be a transformative idea for the next century for us. We're all in on the idea. We're setting up plants and encouraging our partners from around the world to invest in the United States, and we have a lot of stuff going on, and so I'm very excited about that. The second major idea is to rescind the AI diffusion rule, recognizing that this isn't about limiting American technology, but this is about accelerating American stacks around the world to make sure that before it's too late, that the world builds on American stacks during this extraordinary time, the AI era. And so these two initiatives are completely visionary, and it's going to be transformative for America.
Meet the tiniest HR team in the world. What do you think Paylocity does?
Paylocity. Jensen, in the time that you and I have been on air having this conversation, some news has broken from US Secretary of State Rubio, who has said that the US will begin revoking some Chinese student visas. What I wanted to ask you is that with US government limits on foreign student visas, how does that impact a company like NVIDIA? I think about the size, but also composition of your engineering talent here in California and elsewhere in the United States.
I believe the administration still feels very strongly about the incredible importance of immigration. Look, I'm an immigrant. I know many immigrants that came to the United States to build a great life, and many of us have contributed greatly to the technology industry and the United States. I believe that's going to have to continue. Remember, people from all over the world want to come to the United States. This is such an extraordinary country with such incredible opportunities. We want the brightest to come here. We don't want others to, we don't want everybody to be able to come here, and there should be rules. But nonetheless, for the ones that really can make a contribution, want to make a difference, we want to make it possible for them to come here and bring their great ideas, bring their great intellect, and help us build a great America. And so I think the administration is all in on that, and I don't think anything that they've said changes that.
Jensen, I surveyed our Bloomberg Technology audience around the world for questions for you. And I think the most common question is understanding who NVIDIA's customers are away from the hyperscalers, but actually many questions about Elon Inc. and whether Tesla and xAI in aggregate might actually be one of the biggest customers you have. You think about not just the data center chips, but the chips specific for Optimus or in the cars, the Omniverse component. Could you speak a little about that?
We do a lot of business with Tesla and xAI. Elon's, as you know, is just an extraordinary engineer, and I love working with him. We've built some amazing computers together. We're going to build many more computers together, and the work that he's doing in Grok, his self-driving car, his Optimus. These are all, every single one of them world-class. Every single one of them revolutionary. Every single one of them are going to be gigantic opportunities. And we're delighted. I'm delighted to be working with him on that. And so I think the Optimus opportunity is just right around the corner. It's very likely that human robots are going to be robots that we can deploy into the world relatively easily. And this is the first robot that really has a chance to achieve the high volume and technology scale necessary to advance technology. And so I think this is likely to be the next multi-trillion-dollar industry. I'm very excited for him.
Jensen, let's end by talking about Europe. You alluded to a trip you're taking next week. It sounds as if the infrastructure build out in Europe is coming. Where will you be visiting and who will you be speaking with?
Well, I'm going to leave the who as a surprise for all of you, but I'll be seeing lots of heads of states, and I'll be in France and UK and Germany and Belgium, and I think that it's very clear now that every country recognizes that artificial intelligence, like electricity, like internet, like communications, is part of a national infrastructure. No society could do without intelligence, as you know, and there's an awakening that every country has to take some initiative to ensure that their country and their society has access to artificial intelligence. And so we're really delighted to be able to work with work with the European countries to bring AI infrastructure to them and work with them to build AI factories. There's an umpteen number of AI factory projects in discussion and development, and so I'm really excited to make this trip. We're going to be all over Europe.
Cool.
Thank you for calling Capital One.
My team's Gen AI tool helps you answer customer questions faster.
We use RAG with LLMs
and customize them with our data for better accuracy. That's how we stand.
That was like oh my gosh. That was hilarious.
That's technology at Capital One. Hey Google, turn it up.
The all-new Acura ADX with an available Bang & Olufsen premium sound system, crafted to match your energy.
Sundar Pichai, you're the CEO of Alphabet and Google. Welcome back to Decoder.
All right, good to be back. Feels like a nice tradition post-IO to be talking to you, so good to be back.
I think this is the third year we've done this after I.O. I'm excited. Thank you for keeping the tradition alive. Lots to talk about. You announced a lot of things yesterday during the keynote. There's AI mode rolling out for US users, big updates to Gemini. There's VO3 and Imagine, the generators. You solved Pokemon with robots, which is very exciting. My takeaway yesterday was that Google feels very confident now. There's a real confidence about.
That is so true. For a while there, I was concerned, not necessarily concerned, but of the mind that Google would not be able to keep up with OpenAI because I wasn't using Google for really anything. I don't really use Google for anything anymore, quite frankly, for most things. But what they just did with Gemini changes the game, and now they're like right there. They're still the number one used site today. ChatGPT is like 5. It caught up real quick. But anyway, it's going to be interesting to hear what he has to say about search, agents, where Google is heading.
The technology coming to life and the products, a lot of things are shipping imminently. What's the one piece that gave you that confidence? Is it just the volume of things that are shipping? Is it one technology that clicked into being ready for consumers? Where's it coming from?
Look, I think it comes from the depth and breadth of the AI frontier we're pushing, like in a more fundamental and foundational way. We spoke a lot about this theme called research becomes reality, but it is, always felt we're a deep computer science company, and we've been AI first for a while. So putting all that together and bringing it to our products at the depth and breadth is what I think it's really pleasing to see. For example, like, people may not have noticed it much. It was so quick. We spoke about text diffusion models in the middle of the whole thing. But we're pushing the frontier on all dimensions, right? And so Demis spoke about world models. So I think, to me, that's the exciting part, like how deep we are pushing this frontier and then bringing it to users. And so maybe that's what makes it feel that way.
So even the best builders in the space are kind of like generalists in how they're approaching it, because in order to improve the AI, you need to give it more data. And in order to give it more data, you need to give it more access to different components of how we communicate, what kind of knowledge we can impart on it, what information it can extract from. And not everything is on the internet. Think about like your heartbeat, your dopamine spikes, your hormonal shifts, right? All of those things are not really on the internet. Your blood type. There's so many other things as well. The actual feeling of a tree. You can't Google search the feeling of a tree.
You mentioned research into reality several times. Obviously, a lot of these projects have been cooking in labs for a long time. You've said many times you think AI will be as profound as electricity.
Yes.
Over the past many, many years that you and I have talked about it. You said something yesterday that I think adds to that, which is that we're in a new phase of the platform shift. Yeah. Right. And people have talked about AI being a platform shift for quite a while. That always has meant to me that there's a user interface platform shift coming, right? We're going to interact with computers in natural language and more natural ways, and they will interact with us back in that same way, and everything will change. Is that the platform shift?
Yeah, there are, you are right. Each of these platform shifts, changes many things on the I/O front. Nothing to do with Google I/O, just I/O in the traditional computer science sense. You could feel it. Yesterday when I watched the Android XR, I've used them and played around with them, but watching it, two people talking in different languages, you can envision the future one day where it'll actually be seamless. In a way, you couldn't have done it with phones. You couldn't have done it without AI because there's nothing in your way. You're looking at the other person and talking, right? And so that is an element of platform shift, but there are many more elements, right? This is the only platform where I think the actual platform is over time capable of creating and self-improving and so on. In a way, we could have never talked about any other platform before. So that's why I think it's much more profound than the other platform shifts. It'll allow people to create new things in a way, because at each layer of the stack, there's going to be profound improvements. And so I think that virtuous cycle you get in terms of how you can unleash this creative power to all of society, be it software engineers, be it creators, I think that is going to happen in a much more multiplicative way. And so when I say it's a next phase, I'm talking about that part too.
Let me just make that more concrete for people. I think the last platform shift we all understand is the shift to mobile.
That's right.
And I just want to say something before we touch on this. When he was talking about his interaction with the VR headset, the Android XR or whatever, and how it operated, my thought first went to, man, it'd be funny if somebody in their company was using an iPhone, right? Because it's like their direct competitor. Although it would make sense that you'd want to market research, whatever, but you would think that you'd represent your company by having your Android phone. And then it made me think that there's going to be fractions of these companies that people align with. I came to this because there's already that with the color of text messages, right? I've been around so many people who, not so many people, it's kind of an exaggeration, but a lot of people, enough people, that there are criticisms and slights for those who text with green messages as opposed to blue messages. It's kind of funny, it's kind of a playful thing, but we create a sense of almost competition or differentiations in those other ways as well, similar to a sports team. And the reason we do that is a sense of community, right? So the reason we like iPhone users, the blue text, is because it creates a sense of unity. Once we see somebody else has an iPhone, it's more trustworthy too, in a way. It's even been, people know this even in the business world, because when you're doing SMS messages, everybody talks about you need to have the blue message as opposed to the green message. So anyway, there's this sense of community there. And so I think the AI company that would be the most successful in the long term is the one that can create the greatest sense of community. And I think Google has a good chance of doing that because they got their hands in everything. YouTube, Android. I mean, they have their hands in every different kind of technology, as does Microsoft, as does Sony. I don't know. I'm just kind of talking right now. Could be totally wrong, but I'd have to look into see if Sony is doing something with AI, because Sony would also be powerful, or if one of these other companies own it. But whoever creates the greatest community, I think is going to win in the AI space. But anyway.
And that was, right, we're going to have multi-touch, we're going to have faster cell connections, we're going to increase processing power that can go with you everywhere. And then there was a layer of applications that was enabled by all of those things.
Yeah.
You can push a button and a Toyota Camry will show up wherever you are in the world. It's like a very powerful thing that required all of those ideas. Well, how would you describe the phase we're in now compared to that? The phase of this, because the first phase of AI was the transformers work and the models work, and we can all see this capability.
Yeah.
The second phase, what is it to you?
Oh, come on, Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
AI made that.
Talenti's salted caramel truffle layers is truly irresistible. With Argentinian dulce de leche.
Just kidding.
Just imagine, like when the internet came, blogging became a thing. Pre-internet, very few people had a means by which they could put out their thoughts out to the world, right? With the internet came a new medium, it allowed people to create and express themselves in a new way. With mobile came cameras, and you could shoot, and you could create videos. Look at what's happened with YouTube. For me, the similar part of this is, we're all talking about things like vibe coding. Yesterday you saw VO3, right? So we are now in that phase. I think people are going to be able to create AI applications, you can call it. But, vibe coding, there are many names to it, but that power is yet to be unleashed. We're barely scratching the surface, right? And these models are now, they aren't quite there. You can kind of do one-shot coding, but you really need to be a programmer to kind of go iterate and create something with polish, right? But that frontier is evolving pretty rapidly. So I think you're going to see a new wave of things, just like mobile did, just the internet did. I came to Google at the time when it was Ajax was the revolution. The fact that the web became dynamic, you had things like Google Maps, Flickr, Gmail, all that suddenly came into existence, right? But I think AI is going to turbocharge in a way we haven't seen before.
It feels
that kind of made something click for me in a way. Maybe I'm wrong here, but don't know this idea out. AI will just mimic our entire way of communicating and our patterns of thinking. And then it can build on top of that, obviously. But it's never going to be like a human, because humans are more than just language. Whereas the progression of maybe, I don't know. Because, you think about God, if you're a Christian, he spoke you into existence. He spoke humans into existence and then let them self-replicate, gave them the power to self-replicate. So it's similar to what we're doing here. But anyway, language is important. Language is words, spelling, right? Casting spells. I don't know. Man. Just the language. Like speaking, texting, body language. The more data you give it, it's just going to be ways that we can communicate with each other. So it's going to have all of this information from us that will allow it to better communicate with us, as well as pick up our thinking patterns. But it's not going to have the same essence as like a human does, because it's just parasitical, if you will. Now, it can be generative in its own way, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just talking.
It feels like to me like what you're describing is we're in the phase where the products are developed, right? The capabilities were the first phase, and now we're going to make some actual products.
And more people can build products than ever before. That's the multiplicator part I'm talking about. Not just this platform helps you create more products. The process of creating, developing, etc., is going to be accessible to a much wider swath of humanity than ever before.
I'm wondering, when you look at the landscape of products that exist now, most people experience AI in Gemini or ChatGPT as a chatbot, the general purpose interface to a bunch of knowledge that will talk to you. What products do you see that will have the same kind of impact as the Web 2 products you were talking about, besides the general purpose chatbot?
Well, obviously you've seen a wave with coding IDEs, right? Like, that entire landscape is, I can't even keep track of, how many new companies have come into, and people are using a lot of it, right? And yesterday we showed a bunch of partners with whom we are working. So that's an area where, because coding is where maybe AI is making the most progress, you're seeing the application layer, at least in terms of code editors, really come into vogue. We've had success with NotebookLM, right? We're launching products like Flow yesterday, right? Flow is a new product which allows you to create and imagine. So those are all applications we are doing. I think others are beginning to do. People are working on like legal assistants, and there are all kinds of startups. I was recently in a doctor's office, and they do have AI kind of look at it, transcribe the whole thing, put it all in reports and so on. That's at an enterprise application layer. Kind of completely works different than when I went to that visit 2 years ago. So all that change is happening across the board, but I think we are just in the early stages. So, you will see it play out over the next 3 to 5 years in a big way.
Did you ask your doctor what model their transcription software is running?
No, I didn't. Yeah.
One of the reasons I'm asking this and I'm pushing on this is the amount of huge investment in the capability from Google and others has to pay off in some products that return on that investment. NotebookLM is great. I don't think it's going to fully return on Google's data center investment, let alone the investment in pure AI research. Do you see a product that can return on that investment at scale?
Here, we'll never be told. Our concerns are all in our head. Here, healthier happens together.
Look, do you think in 2004, if you had looked at Gmail, which was a 20% project which people were internally using internally as an email service, how would we be able to think about, Gmail is what led us to do Workspace, get into the enterprise. I made a big bet on Google Cloud, which is, tens of billions of dollars in revenue today, right? And so my point is, things build out over time, right? Think about the journey we have been with Waymo, right? And so I think one of the mistakes people make often in a period of rapid innovation is think about what is that next big business versus looking at the underlying innovation and say, can you build something and put out something which people love and use, right? And out of which you do the next thing and create value out of it. So when I look at it, AI is such a horizontal piece of technology across our entire business. It's why, it impacts not just Google Search, YouTube, Cloud, all of Android, you saw XR, etc., Google Play, things like Waymo, Isomorphic, which is based on AlphaFold. So I've never seen one piece of technology which can impact and help us create so many businesses, right? And, AI is going to be so useful as an assistant. I think that people will be willing to pay for it too. We're introducing subscription plans. So there's a lot of, headroom ahead, I think. And obviously that's why we are investing, because we see that opportunity. Some of it will take time, and it may not be always immediately obvious. I gave the Waymo example. In fact, 3 years ago, the sentiment on Waymo was quite negative 3 years ago. But I actually, as a company, we increased our investment into Waymo at that time. Right? Because you're betting on the underlying technology and you're seeing the progress of where it's going. But these are good questions, right? In some ways, if you don't realize the opportunities, that may constrain the pace of investment in this area. But I'm optimistic we'll be able to unlock new opportunities.
one reason I wanted to start here as the foundation of the conversation is you showed off Android XR yesterday. You showed off some prototype glasses. You have some partners making glasses. A lot of people think augmented reality glasses powered by AI will be the realization of the full platform shift, right? You will have an always-on assistant that can look at the world around you. You showed some of those demos yesterday. The form factor will change. The interface will change. This will be a market as big as smartphones were. How close do you think we are to that as a mainstream product?
It was a nice reflective moment all the way back from Google Glass. Wearing the product, I think there's a difference between goggles and glasses. Everyone at Verge understands this well, but obviously we are also shipping goggles. We have announced products with Samsung to come later this year. On the XR side, I think I'm excited about our partnership with Gentle Monster and Warby Parker. We'll have products in the hands of developers this year. And I think those products will be pretty close to what people will eventually see as final products.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm excited. I think the pace is actually pretty palpable. So I'd be shocked if you and I were sitting next year. I wasn't wearing one of that when I'm doing the.
Do you think that will be like a mainstream iPhone level replacement product? Because there's a lot of hardware that needs to get developed along the way to pull that off.
There are. Look, you're wearing something on your face. People like I have prescription, right? And the bar is higher, I think, in terms of making the experience seamless enough that you're willing to wear it in your face and enjoy it for all. So I don't think necessarily next year it's as mainstream as what you're talking about. But would millions of people be trying it? I think so. Yeah. So both are true, I think.
So I have to ask you, just before we sat down, OpenAI announced that Johnny Ive was selling a company he had started called IO to the company, and Ive and his design consultancy Love From would take over all design. They didn't announce the product, but they said it's the future of computing and it's coming next year. Do you anticipate more of that competition, that your competitors who don't have a smartphone operating system will go even harder in this direction?
I'm looking forward to a OpenIO announcement ahead of Google I/O the night before. No, first of all, look, stepping back, I mean, Johnny Ive is, one of a kind. You look at this track record over the years. I've met him only once or twice, but I've admired his work, obviously, like so many of us. So I think it's exciting. Shows. This is why I feel like there's so much innovation ahead. And I think people tend to underestimate this moment. In some ways, I always like to point out when the internet happened, Google didn't even exist.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I think so when you think about, I think AI is going to be bigger than the internet. There are going to be companies, products, categories created.
I kind of wasn't listening there because I was checking this out. So switch over to this screen. This video only has 214 views, 2 comments, and from this one video, I made $50. It's crazy, right? Like there's this big belief that you need a big following to make money. You don't. My YouTube channel has 44 subscribers. This was the video. It was a very simple video too.
Here are 3 simple automations any business can implement today. Number 1, instant lead follow-up. The name of the game is speed to lead. And if you're contacting your leads as soon as they come in with email or text, you're going to win. If you have trouble writing the text, no worries. Use ChatGPT and you can create some phenomenal copy. Number 2, daily content assistant. We're living in the attention economy, and right now you can leverage AI to automatically be tasked to create content for you, and then all you have to do is post it. Also, just so you know, there's new tools now that automates all of that. Number 3, missed call text back. Let's say you're working with a client on a job site, you miss a call when somebody is trying to get your service or product. What will then happen is a text message will automatically be sent. That way you're staying in contact with that lead. Comment AI now if you want to book a coaching call to learn how to implement these in any of your business. Here are 3 simple.
That video made $50. It's not a whole lot of money, but it only has 214 views. No likes, not very much interaction. there was more interaction on TikTok, but on YouTube, this one made money. And yeah, I don't know. I just think that's kind of cool because it took me 33 videos to make my first $1 from social media. And it took me maybe 20 videos roughly to get my first free client for coaching calls, which then produced a testimonial for me. And so did the second person who was paid. It has also generated some leads for me for bigger projects that are still in the pipeline. So yeah, and then the podcast that I'm working on is also creating a lot of opportunities with very small followings, like extremely small following. So I just thought I'd share that with you. Let's go back to the video.
Which we aren't aware of today. So I think the future looks exciting. I think there's a lot of opportunity to innovate around hardware form factors at this moment with this platform shift. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do. We are going to be doing a lot as well. And I think, it's a exciting time to be a consumer. It's an exciting time to be a developer. So I think looking forward to it.
I've, in that video, described the phone and the laptop as legacy platforms, which is very interesting considering his own history. Are you all the way there that the phone and laptop are legacy platforms?
Look, I think these things, if anything, I found through this AI moment using the web a lot more, right? Because it's easier to create a VO3 video on my browser and a big screen, right? And so I think the way I've internalized this is computing will be available, and you don't have to make these hard choices. Computing will become so essential to you. You're going to have it in multiple ways around you when you need it, right? Like I use a phone, a tablet, a laptop, and I have my workstation, right? And so I have the breadth of it. Over time, it makes sense to me at some point in the future, consuming content by pulling out this black glass display rectangle in front of you and looking at it is not the most intuitive way to do it. But I think it's going to take some time.
I feel like we could do a full hour just on.
It's just different tools for different use cases. So yeah, there will be different hardwares. They're going to evolve, obviously, or maybe they devolve. Not always is it the case that things keep progressing. Like there's a lot of decay in the internet today. There's a lot of decay everywhere in a lot of the technology. So it's not always the case that it's just constant progression.
Android tablets and where they could go. We're going to come back for that.
Yeah.
A big part of what you're describing implicates search in really big ways, right? We're going to be surrounded by information. Search or Gemini or some future Google product will organize that information, take action for you across the web in some way, and you will have a companion. And maybe you only pull out your tablet to watch a video or something. A lot of what's going on with search has downstream effects on the web, downstream effects on information providers broadly. Are you starting? Last year, we spent a lot of time talking about those effects. Are you seeing that play out the way that you thought it would?
We've done commercials.
Turn it up.
Oh, wait, it's not real. It's VO3. That's why
All
they're
new
making
Acura AEX
advertising
with an available Bang &
showing you in
Olufsen
the
premium
video,
sound
talking the
system,
VO3
crafted to match your energy.
VO.
At Capital One, we start with applied research, leveraging our data to build models and embed AI solutions throughout our business. That's how we stack. And that's technology at Capital One.
Here we go.
Okay. It depends. I do think people are consuming a lot more information. And web is one specific format. So we should talk about the web, but zooming back out, there are new platforms like YouTube and others too. So I think people are just consuming a lot more information, right? So it feels like an expansionary moment. I think there are more creators, people are putting out more content, and so people are generally doing a lot more. Maybe people have a little extra time in their hands, and so it's a combination of all that. On the web, look, things which have been interesting, and we've had these conversations for a while. Obviously in 2015, there was this famous, the web is dead. I always have it somewhere around, which I look at it once in a while. Predictions, it's existed for a while. I think the web is evolving pretty profoundly. I think that is true. When we crawl, when we look at the number of web pages available to us, that number has gone up by 45% in the last 2 years alone. Right. So that's a staggering thing to think
Can you
about.
detect if that volume increase is because more pages are generated by AI or not? This is the thing I may be worried about the most, right?
It's a good question. We generally have many techniques in search to try and understand the quality of a page, including whether it was machine generated, etc. This trend, that doesn't explain this trend we are seeing, right? So genuinely, there are more web pages, right? So, at an underlying level, so I think that's an interesting phenomenon. I think everybody as a creator, like you do at Verge, I think today, if you're doing stuff, you have to do it in a cross-platform, cross-format way. I look at the quality of video content you put out. It's very sophisticated, right? And very different from how Verge used to be maybe 5 to 10 years ago, right? It's profoundly changed. So I think things are becoming more dynamic, cross-format. I think another thing people are underestimating with AI is AI will make it zero friction to move from one format to another, right? Because our models are natively multimodal. We kind of tease people's imagination with audio overviews in NotebookLM, right? The fact you can throw a bunch of documents at it, and you have a podcast and you can join and learn from it. So I think this notion, the static moment of like you produce content by format, whereas I think machines can help translate it from, it's almost like different languages, and they can go seamlessly between. I think is one of the incredible opportunities to be unlocked right ahead. And so, but maybe I didn't want to drift from the question we were having, but look, I think people are producing a lot of content, and I see consumers consuming a lot of content, and we see it in our products. Others are seeing it too. So that's how I would probably answer at the highest level.
And we just also heard before this Andrew Ng, however you pronounce his last name, not quite sure, saying that this is also a new early stage thing, which is agent to agent, which is kind of what he was describing in the multimodal agents. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what opportunities present itself. I think that those are like where the real business opportunities are, the big money ones. Yes, you can make big money from agencies, from even consulting. But if you know how to build like a really good product or how to enhance something and take it to like that very next iteration that's a breakthrough, there's money to be made there.
I see it currently is that the web is at an all-time high as an application platform, right? The fact that Figma exists and is as successful as it is, and its primary interface is as a web app is, I think, remarkable. A lot of the products you are talking about are expressed as web apps. Even some of the most interesting search results you showed yesterday are, Google would generate a custom web app for you and display it in a search result to do some data visualization. I think that's all looking incredible. I think the web as a transaction platform is reaching new highs, especially with rulings that mean smartphone makers have to let people push transactions to the web. There's something very interesting happening there. As a media platform, it feels like it's at an all-time low. Right. If I was starting The Verge,
web as a media platform.
The web is a media platform, as an information platform. If I was starting The Verge today, with 11 of my co-founder and friends, we would start a TikTok channel. We might start a YouTube channel. We would definitely not start a website with the dependencies we have as a website today. And that's the dynamic that it feels like AI is pushing on even harder.
I'm not fully sure I agree. Right. I think if you were to go and restart Verge again, I bet you would start you would have an extraordinary web presence.
At best, no, I've thought about this a lot. I think at best, our web presence would look like a Substack or a Ghost or something, right?
Maybe. Look, I'm not fully sold on that. But the space. I acknowledge that space better than I do. So I don't mean to be, I don't have that intuition which you do here. But look, I see. In fact, you say the web application platform is an all-time high. But I've looked, I was vibe coding with Replit a few weeks ago. The power of what you're going to be able to create on the web we haven't given that power to developers in 25 years. So that is going to come ahead. So, it's not exactly clear to me. Maybe today you're looking at it and say, I wouldn't put all the investment in because it looks like a lot of investment to do that. But that may not be true 2 years out, right? Like, if you feel like you would create a TikTok channel, then, maybe with like 2% extra effort, if you could have a robust web presence, why wouldn't you, right? And so I'm not fully, I'm not fully sold on it, but I think it's a good question to ask. But, you have to somehow reconcile that with the fact that overall, that traffic seems to be growing. We see more web pages, so somewhere we have to explain all of that too.
So Google CEO Sundar, Rick Rubin, famous music producer, and Andrew Ng, I don't know, all basically say the same thing, which is we are just scratching the surface of the potential of what can come, and creativity will unlock it. That is what will take it to new heights. Think about architecture, just the beautiful buildings we could design back in the day. We can still do that now, but you don't see it as often. It's much more cookie cutter. And there's some of that in the AI space, especially in the agency space. There's a lot of cookie cutters in the agency space. The ones who will really succeed are the ones who can stand out and build something beautiful, build something useful. And that is going to hold true in the AI space. And that's why they say designers will be the best founders in this era.
Publishers, as they often do, responded to Google I/O announcements. So the News Media Alliance, after AI Mode was announced yesterday, I would say they're very upset. Here's a statement from the president of the News Media Alliance. Links were the last redeeming quality of search that gave publishers traffic and revenue. Now Google takes content by force and uses it with no return, no economic return. That's the definition of theft. And they go on to say the DOJ lawsuits must address it. That's pretty furious. That's not a negotiation, right? That's we just want this to stop. How do you respond to that very loud set of people who say, yeah, okay, maybe it's growing somewhere, but for us, it's crushing our businesses?
Look,
that's survival of the fittest. Business is war, baby. Like, you can't expect people to just play nice and fair, especially at the top levels. They're dogs. They're dogs. Don't let them fool you. You have to be a dog in this game. I've seen it firsthand at a small level. They're dogs.
First of all, through all the products, AI Mode is going to have sources, and we're very committed as a direction, as a product direction, to make sure. I think part of why people come to Google is to experience that breadth.
And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. I'm not saying it as if it's a bad thing and putting them down, but more so expressing that because I think people are too sensitive about what really happens in the business world, or they're misled because they put on a good facade, which I'm not saying they shouldn't do. They should be able to market their company very well, so that way it's palatable to the public. That company provides so many resources to individuals internally and externally that either better their life or allow them to support themselves and their families, or make things more convenient, alleviate some stress, whatever you want to say, good or bad. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing that these companies are, necessarily wanting to dominate. It's just a natural thing, and humans are naturally wanting to dominate and conquer and go explore and go adventure and go take on new risk and adapt to our surroundings. And that's all that's taking place in the business world. That's all that's taking place right now in the career world. When it comes to AI, it's just a matter of who will adapt, and that is the one who will survive and adapt well.
Off the web and go in the direction they want to, right? So I view us as giving more context. Yes, there are certain questions which may get answers, but overall, and that's the pattern we see today, right? And if anything, over the last year, it's clear to us the breadth of where we are sending people to is increasing. And so I expect that to be true with AI mode as well.
But if it was increasing, wouldn't they be less angry with you?
Look, more than you're always going to have areas where people are robustly debating value exchanges, etc. Right? Like app developers and platforms. That's not on the web, etc. Right? It's inherently, there's always going to be, when you're running a platform, these debates. I would challenge, I think more than any other company, we think about, we prioritize sending traffic to the web. No one sends traffic to the web in the way we do. I look at other companies, newer emerging companies, they openly talk about it as something they are not going to do. Right? We are the only ones which make it a high priority, agonize, and so on. Look, we'll engage, and we've always engaged. There are going to be debates through it all, but we are committed to, I've said this before, everything we do across all, you will see us 5 years from now sending a lot of traffic out to the web. I think that's the product direction we are committed to. I think it's what users look for when they come to Google, right? And the nature of it will evolve, but I'm confident that that's the direction we will continue taking.
Is there public data that shows that AI overviews and AI mode actually send more traffic out than the previous search engine results page?
Look, it's, the way we look at it is, obviously we take a lot of, we're definitely sending traffic to a wider range of sources, publishers. And because, just like we've done over 25 years, we went through the same with featured snippets, the quality of, it's higher quality referral traffic too. So, right, and we can observe it because the time when people spend as one metric, and there are other ways by which we measure quality of our outbound traffic, is also increasing. So, and overall through this transition, I think generally AI overviews are also growing, and the growth compounds over time. So whenever we work through these transitions, it ends up posted. That's how Google has worked. For 25 years, and we end up sending more traffic over time. So that's how I would expect all this to play out.
So why do you think that there is so much general economic turmoil on that side of the house, right? If you're sending more traffic, and the goal over time is to make sure that
we may
works
be sending
out,
traffic to
we're a year into it, right? And it doesn't seem to have gotten better over there.
No, look, we are sending traffic to a broader source of people. People may be surfacing more content, looking at more content. So somebody individually may see less. There are all kinds of, at the end of the day, we are reflecting what users want, right? If you do the wrong thing, users won't use our product, go somewhere else, right? And so you have, you have all these dynamics underway. And I think we have genuinely, we took a long time designing AI overviews, and we are constantly iterating in a way that we prioritizes, sources and sending traffic to the web.
My criticism of this industry, just to be clear, is that everyone's addicted to Google, and it would be better if they weren't. But they're addicted to Google, right? And they're feeling it. And then on top of that, you see, you've mentioned several times, like overall queries are increasing on Google surfaces, but they're
New Talenti Bakery Collection chocolate chip cookie batter. 5 layers of bakery indulgence in every spoonful.
Red Bull gives you wings.
They're changing, right? They're getting longer. They're getting more complicated. AI mode might walk you through several steps. Maybe some people are searching on TikTok now. Eddie Q on the stand in the trial the other day said, search in Safari for the last month dropped for the first time in 22 years. That's a big stat. Obviously, your stock price was affected by it. There was a statement. Is that trend bearing out that the standard Google search is dropping from devices and different kinds of searches are increasing?
No, look, we've been very clear. We are seeing overall query growth in search. It looks...
But have you actually seen the drop in Safari?
Look, we have a comprehensive view of how we look at data across the board. There can be a lot of noise in search data. But everything we see tells us we are seeing query growth, including across Apple's devices and platforms. And specifically, I think we quantified the query growth from AI overviews. And what's healthy is that the query growth is continuing to grow over time. This is what I've said before.
I'll be back. I have to go take care of some things.
before. It feels very far from a zero-sum game to me. I said this last year. It's interesting. We spoke about TikTok, right? Think about like how profound a new product TikTok was. How has YouTube done since TikTok has come, right? You could ask all these questions there. Like, why is it that TikTok comes and YouTube has grown? I think what we always underestimate in these moments is people are engaging more, doing more with it. We are improving our products. And so, so that's how I would think about these moments.
Well, let me just broaden that out to agents, right? I watched Demis Hassabis yesterday. He was on stage with Sergey Brin, and Alex Kantrowitz asked him, what does a web look like in 10 years? And Demis said, I don't know that an agent-first web looks anything like the web that we have today. I don't know that we have to render web pages for agents the way that we have to see them. That kind of implies that the web will turn into a series of databases for various agents to go and ask questions to, and then return those answers. And I've been thinking about this in the context of services like Uber and DoorDash and Airbnb. Why would they want to participate in that and be abstracted away for agents to use the services they've spent a lot of time and money building?
Two things, though. First, there's a lot to unpack. It's a fascinating topic. The web is a series of databases, etc. We build a UI on top of it for all of us to consume.
This is exactly what I wanted. Is the web is a series of databases.
No, it is, and but I think I listened to the Demis Sergey conversation yesterday. I enjoyed it. I think he's saying for an agent-first web, like for a web which is interacting with agents, you would think about how to make that process more efficient. Today, you're running a restaurant. People are coming, dining, and eating. And people are ordering takeout and delivery. Obviously, for you to service that takeout, you would think about it different than all the tables and the clothing and the furniture and but both are important to you. You could be a restaurant which decides, I'm not going to participate in the takeout business. I'm only going to focus on the dining experience. You're going to have some people vice versa. I'm going to say, I'm going to go all in on this and run a different experience. So to your question on agents, right? I think of agents as, a new powerful format. I do think it'll happen in enterprises faster than consumer, because in the context of an enterprise, you have a CIO who's able to go and say, I really don't know why these two things don't talk to each other.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not going to buy more of this unless you interoperate with this. So I think partly why you see on the enterprise side a lot more agentic experiences. On the consumer side, I think what you're saying is a good point, right? People have to think about and say, what is the value for me to participate in this world? And it could come in many ways. It could be because I participate in it and overall my business grows.
Yeah.
Right. Some people may feel that it's disintermediating, right? And like it doesn't make sense. I think all of that all of that can happen. But users may vote with their feet. Right? Like, you may find like some people are supporting the agentic experience and your life is better because of it. And so you're going to have all these dynamics and and I think they're going to try and find an equilibrium somewhere. That's how everything evolves. Yeah.
I mean, I think the idea that the web is a series of databases and we change the interface. First of all, this is like the most Dakota conversation that we've ever had. I'm very happy with it. But, I had Dara from Uber on the show. I asked him this question from his perspective. And his answer tracks yours broadly. He said, first, we'll do it because it's cool, and we'll see if there's value there. And if there is, he's going to charge a big fee for the agent to come and use Uber, because losing the customer for him, losing the ability to upsell or sell a subscription, none of that is great, right? But it's the same is true for Airbnb. I keep calling it the DoorDash problem. Like DoorDash should not be a dumb pipe for sandwiches, right? They're trying to actually run a business, and they want the customer relationship. And so if the agents are going across the web, and they're looking at all these databases and saying, okay, this is where I get food from, and this is where I get cars from, and this is where I book. I think the demo was booking a vacation home in Spanish, right? And I'm going to connect you to that agent, that travel agent. Is it just going to be tolls that everyone pays to let the agents work? Because the price, I still don't. The CIO gets to just spend money to solve the problem.
Yeah.
He says, I want this capability from you. I'm just going to pay you to do it. The market, the consumer market, doesn't have that capability, right?
Okay.
Hey Google, turn it up.
the all-new Acura ADX with an available Bang & Olufsen premium sound system, crafted to match your energy.
All kinds of models may emerge, right? I can literally envision 20 different ways this could work. Right? Consumers could pay a subscription for agents, and the agents could rev share back, right? So so that is the CIO-like use case you're talking about. That's possible. We can't rule that out. I don't think we should underestimate. People may actually see more value participating in it. I think this is, it's tough to predict. But I do think over time, like if you're removing friction and improving user experience, it's tough to bet against those in the long run, right? And so I think, if in general you're lowering friction for it, and people are enjoying using it, right? Somebody is going to want to participate in it and grow their business.
Yeah.
Right. And would brands want to be in retailers? Why don't they sell directly today?
Yeah.
Why won't they do that?
I don't know.
Because retailers provide value in the middle, right? And why do merchants take credit cards? Right? Why pay? I'm just saying. So, there are many parts. And you find equilibrium because merchants take credit cards because they see more business as part of taking credit cards than not, right? And which justifies the increased cost of taking credit cards. It may not be the perfect analogy, but I think there are all these kinds of effects going around. But what you're saying is true. Some of this will slow progress in agents, just because we all are excited about A2A and MCP, and we think no, some of it will slow progress. But I think it'll be very dynamic. Yeah.
Yeah. There's other pressures on Google. There's antitrust pressures.
Yeah.
The government would like you to sell Chrome. Can you do all the things you want to do if you're made to sell Chrome?
Look, I mean, I don't want to comment on. Look, we are in a legal process. I look at having directly been involved in building Chrome, right? I look at I think there are very few companies which would have we not only improved our product, we improved the state of the web by building Chrome. We open sourced it. We provided it as Chromium. Everyone else has access to the browser. So I think the amount of R&D, the amount of innovation we put into it, the investments in security, et cetera, we do. So I think
But if you're made to sell it, can you do all the things that you want to do?
Look, I don't think that's the scenario we are looking at. But stepping back, as a company, look, I think as a company, I think of ourselves as a deeply foundational technology company, which then translates it into products that touch billions of people. And, so we do it across many, many things. And so, of course, I think, look, as a company, we are going to continue investing and doing our best to innovate and build a successful business in all scenarios. So this is how I would answer it.
The Trump administration is extremely transactional, I would say. The tech industry has a new relationship with Trump in a second term. You were at the inauguration. Have you had conversations about what a settlement might look like and what the Trump administration might demand to make these problems go away?
No, look, we've engaged with the DOJ, or like we do over the years in the context of all the cases we have. So that's how we normally do these conversations.
Trump has very publicly said he doesn't like his search ranking and he wants it changed in some way. Would you ever adjust the search ranking for Donald Trump?
That's so funny. Donald Trump says Google has to be careful or it will be shut down. Dude, I like Trump. He's funny.
Doesn't like his search ranking and he wants it changed in some way. Would you ever adjust the search ranking for Donald Trump?
No, we have. I can't today. The way Google search works is I cannot. No person Google can influence the ranking algorithm.
AI mode is different, right? We've seen system prompts adjusted in very chaotic ways from some of your competitors. Is that something that you would be open to in a world where you're serving the full answer?
So
would you adjust the AI mode responses in response to political pressure?
No.
Because we've seen, certainly in Grok and others, the system prompts change the answers in dramatic ways.
No, like the way we do ranking, right? The way we do ranking is sacrosanct to us. We've done it over 25 years. we make a lot of ranking signals we take into account and stuff. And if there's broad feedback from people that something isn't working, right, we will look at it systematically and try and make changes. But we don't look at individual cases and ever change ranking.
When you think about those sources of information, one of the things that I have been thinking about a lot is, I don't know, the CDC web pages have changed a lot recently, right? Diversity, equity, inclusion language has been removed from pages across the government. Those used to be very high-ranking sources in Google search, right? We just implicitly trusted the CDC's web pages in some ways. Are you reevaluating that? There might be misinformation on some of these pages that then gets synthesized into AI results?
Oh, it's a misunderstanding of how search works, right? We don't individually evaluate the authoritativeness of like a page, right? And like, it's what our signals does.
Yeah.
PageRank, it's, obviously our signals are multiple orders of magnitude more complicated than PageRank today. But to use PageRank as an example, we weren't the ones determining how authoritative a page is. It's how other pages were linking to it, like an academic citation, etc. So
I just found out that Elon Musk is partnered with Telegram. Check this out. I'll show you guys. Give me a second here. What page is this? I'll just look it up. Give me a second. Page. There it is. Look at, check this out. Elon Musk, XAI partners with Telegram to integrate Grok. That's crazy. I love Telegram. That's super cool. I think Grok will step on. I don't think they get enough credit. They're doing really good.
We don't, so we are not making those decisions today, and so I don't see that changing.
As you synthesize more of the answers, do you think you're going to have to take more responsibility for the results?
Look, we are giving context around it, but we are still anchoring it in, the sources we find, but we've always felt a high bar, in Google. I mean, last year when we launched AI overviews, I think, people were adversarially querying to find errors, and the error rate was 1 in 7 million for adversarial queries. And so, but that's the bar we've always operated as a company. And so I think, to me, nothing has changed. Like, Google operates under a very high bar. That's the bar we strive to meet. And our search page results are there for everyone to see. With that comes that natural accountability. And, we have to constantly earn people's trust. So that's how I would.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Talenti's salted caramel truffle layers is truly irresistible. With Argentinian.
Yeah. What do you think the marker is for the next phase of the platform shift after this one? We opened by talking about we're in a second phase. What's the marker for the final phase? Or the third phase?
Of the platform shift, you mean?
Yeah.
Of the AI platform?
What are you looking for as the next marker?
Oh, look, I think, the real thing about AI, which I think why I've always called it more profound, is, self-improving technology, right? And, having watched AlphaGo, start from scratch, not knowing how to play Go, and, within a couple hours or 4 hours, be better than top-level human players. And in 8 hours, no human can ever aspire to play against it, right? So, and that's the essence of the technology, obviously, in a deep way. So I think there's so much ahead, on the opportunity side, I'm blown away by the ability to discover new drugs, completely change how we treat diseases like cancer over time, et cetera. The opportunity is there. The creative power, which I talked about, which we're putting in everyone's hands. Like the next generation of kids, everyone can program and build to it. If you think of something, you can create it. I don't think we have comprehended what that means, but that's going to be true. The part which the next phase of the shift, which is going to be really meaningful, is when this translates into the physical world through robotics, right? So that aha moment of robotics, I think when it happens, that's going to be the next big thing we will all grapple with, right? Today, they're all online and you're doing things with it. But, one hand, today, I think of Waymo as a robot, right? So we are running around, driving around a robot. But I'm talking more general purpose robot. And when AI creates that magical moment with robotics, I think that'll be a big platform shift as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Next year, we're going to do this with glasses and robots. It's going to be great.
We'll give it a shot.
Thank you so much, Sundar.
All right. Thanks, Nila. I appreciate it.
That was good. That was very insightful. Huh. What's that? That's long.
So you just said two things that I think are super important. And the theme of the opener yesterday was tough love. A, if your sales leader that said I think is so important is that you as the CRO, are in the tools every day and you're super interested in it. You're genuinely curious. If your sales leader that you're thinking of hiring, especially that you have, is not in the tools and worse, not curious, are they going to make it today? You're cooked. You're cooked. You're cooked, right? Hey, are you tired of listening to Attention.sales before the cops using customer conversations? Step into the future at attention.com. Day three. Somehow by day three, 9 o'clock becomes very early. Kyle, thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me.
A little background. Maybe a month or a half ago, we do a SaaStr Workshop Wednesday where we do a live meetup. I did a version of this, AI and how sales is changing a month ago, and I went to redo it, and so much has changed in 1 month. So I want to talk through where I think is going to happen. And then Kyle is free. If you followed SaaS, you've probably seen Kyle before. He is the CRO owner, which just raised at $1 billion valuation the other day, this week, Tuesday. You announced it just for SaaStr.
Tuesday,
$1 billion valuation. So congratulations to Kyle. But even better, Kyle was close to the first meeting. You were not the first person in sales, but you probably joined around $1 million-ish of revenue, right?
Two and change.
Two. And in fact, he joined incredible founders. You can watch all the stuff on SaaStr, but maybe even while the company was in transition, right? Your first couple months might not have even been the easiest, the smoothest ones, right? In several stages. So pretty impressive. And I've watched Kyle do two things that are germane to this conversation. One is they're doing SMB sales to tiny restaurants that do not read email, okay? That do not do this shit. The ACV is higher than you might think. It's approaching 10K. But this is a hard sale, okay? It's a full high four-figure sale to tiny businesses in vertical SaaS that do not buy software, that are not looking for things to bolt on to Salesforce or HubSpot, that probably don't give a crap what CRM is, right? And Kyle has crushed it in general. So we could do a whole section on the secrets. But then Kyle is just very curious about sales. He's a student of sales. And so whatever AI is today in sales, but to be more interesting, where it's going to be the next 12 months, I couldn't think of someone better to join the conversation. So is that a good bit of background?
Yeah, we're trying to put AI in everywhere we can. And I've mandated to my team that this has to be a mission critical priority. So I'm thinking a lot about it everywhere.
And I've got a bunch of stuff I want to talk about, but when you said mandate for your team, because this is a question we got even to Yamini yesterday, what does that mean? How do you show the team the path forward for AI and sales?
It has to start with you as a leader. I'm in these tools constantly. I'm definitely the most well-versed in this area of the business. And I think I find a genuine curiosity. I'm interested in it. And also like I I have such high conviction that this is going to be the most important thing that we can figure out in the next 12 to 24 months. And so anything that I'm doing, I'm putting into our leadership channels. My personal Clay workflows or the ChatGPT projects like that I use individually for me as a leader. And I take a lot of demos. I talk to a lot of founders. I listen to a lot of content to try to stay on the cutting edge with it, because like you said, it's changed radically in 30, 60, 90 days.
Yep.
And the risk reward is so big that it takes up a lot of my mind share.
So you just said two things that I think are super important. And the theme of the opener yesterday was tough love. So I'm going to make a tough love statement, because what you just said I think is so important, is that you as the CRO, are in the tools every day, and you're super interested in it. You're genuinely curious. If your sales leader that you're thinking of hiring, especially that you have, is not in the tools, and worse, not curious, are they going to make it today?
You're cooked.
You're cooked. You're cooked, right?
Yeah, because the competitive pressure is so great. If you are not making this a mission critical priority, your competitor is. And if you look at the gap in productivity between us and our main competitors, it's so drastic. I can spend so much more money on a per person basis than anybody else we compete with in marketing and post sales, because our machine is anywhere between 3 and 4 times more efficient on a per rep basis.
Yeah, I want to come.
That's crazy. And that's just the power of AI right there. Businesses really need to start integrating this stuff. And it's so early. It's so early.
That 1.5x, 3 to 4x is pretty big. I want to come back to that. But you're cooked, right?
Yeah.
I genuinely think, and that if anyone on your executive team, or honestly, I know this is tough love, anyone on your team that by June 30 is not deeply curious, like is not pretending to use ChatGPT once a week to get recipes, your team should be both scared and a kid in a candy store. A kid in a candy store. If your team is not, this is effing cool, right? Every week I use a new tool, right? And I was slow. And I want to talk about the I was into AI as a student, but until we launched our SaaS AI again, I said we had 130,000 chats in 8 weeks. Then I've got it. And now I use brand new tools every day. Like all the little videos I made, I use this app called Higgsfield AI, which is super cool. Like a lot of the design, this was done on AI. Our designer, we have the best designer in the world, but this whole idea was done in Reeve.ai. So if you don't see these people, if they're not talking in the hallways and talking in the weekends and on Slack about this cool, what you can do in AI and GTM, I think at least I give them till June 30.
I don't know why he says June 30th. That's kind of wild. That's kind of a wild prediction. We'll see. I mean, like, does he know something I don't know?
June 30. Yeah. If not, at July 1, I would like just start taking, I know it's mean, but start taking the black ink to the org chart, because they had their chance, right? They had their chance.
And I've already done this from a hiring perspective. Anybody in leadership. So in any leadership role, there's a component of the interview that's now, what are you doing with AI? What do you know about it? How are you using it today? And I really want to unpack it. And it's been a mandate. I don't care how good this person is. If they're not in the tools and what I consider to be AI native, like we can't hire them. And I have a half drafted Toby-esque letter for my team. Yeah, Toby from Shopify, who wrote a letter to all of Shopify about how everybody needs to be AI native. I've drafted the same thing for my management team. And again, but it can't be superficial. Like you might not have to get.
I think that's really important too, because as we progress, these organizations aren't going to necessarily start cutting people left and right. I mean, obviously there will be cuts, but what will also occur is, like we've been listening to this whole stream, there's this iterative process that takes place. And the people that would be best suited to do those iterations would be people who are AI natives in their respective specialty or their respective field. How could they improve that AI with better data, fine-tuning? What new upgrades are there? That could be their whole role right there. Is just iterating and engineering the AI. And then, yes, maybe the AI will then become self-engineering. But I think that as of right now, that's kind of the direction we're heading.
It here, but like I'm in Windsurf vibe coding my own apps for internal use.
As a CRO?
Yeah.
As of I don't know, you were engineer as a kid? No?
Okay.
You're in Windsurf.
I took one Python course in early 2023 when ChatGPT was blowing up just to learn a little bit about it. But now with Windsurf, I can legitimately, so I've got my GitHub repos and I've got it all set up so that I can actually do what I want to do. And so I'm pulling stuff out of the Lever API to run analysis on how we're hiring. Like you can do so much more if you put your mind to it. And that maybe you don't need to get to that bar right away, but it can't be, recipes in ChatGPT. That doesn't qualify.
And so when you're interviewing an AE or an SDR today, and remind me the ratio of like general outbound to inbound at owner, but when you're interviewing for either role, what's a good answer to that question? What's a good answer to the interview?
I'm not actually as concerned for ICs.
Yeah.
Because we are running an SMB motion. And so most of the automation in AI is centralized. It's in my BizOps and RevOps team. I'm now hiring for a GTM AI lead. So somebody who will do nothing but this within the RevOps organization. And so I don't actually need the reps in a bunch of tools messing around.
Okay. But do they need to be AI curious?
I think long-term they should, but for what I need them to do, I don't actually care because so if you were an enterprise rep, absolutely. But for me, I'm going to do the AI call prep and sell between work and the CRM enrichment. I'm going to do that en masse for everybody on their behalf.
Okay.
I'm hiring 1 to 3 year tenured reps on the upslope of their career. And I don't need them to be recreating the system. They need to operate within my system and execute the methodology. But for the betterment of their career prospects, they should be trying to learn it themselves.
It's just funny. I think that makes sense to me. And I want to ask you then, what stack do they walk into today? What's this? And are they more efficient? But it's interesting, if you're hiring folks with 2 to 3 years of experience, right? They could be any age, but let's say they're 24 on average, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if the ones you hire in 2 to 3, that's going to be okay, 2 to 3 more years. The kids today that are graduating high school or college, if they're not friggin' fluent, even in sales, I don't know, man.
Yeah, and I talk about it a lot across the team.
Yeah.
So I do hope to seed that curiosity. It's not as much of a mission critical thing, but if you're a manager and you don't have a high degree of proficiency to just default to AI automatically for any problem you're solving, then it's really difficult to think that person is going to scale with the
no chance. All right. Okay. So help us, then let's be tactical about it. I walk into owner, I'm a new AE with 3 years of experience. What do I walk into? And does that mean I can do more meetings, more calls, more outreach, more text? Like, what do I walk into? And how does that you said 3 to 4x. I believe you. You're not an exaggerator. That's a big 3 to 4x is a lot. So what do I walk into and how does that output happen?
It's a very low bar for some of our competitors.
I know.
But so everything is on Salesforce as the foundation. Then on top of that, we use Momentum for automated CRM enrichment. And you can basically do whatever you want with Momentum. It can look at call transcripts, run custom prompts, fill in the Salesforce field, run an automation, ping somebody in Slack. You said the wrong thing on a deal, something that we know is the wrong expectation.
Yeah.
That'll go to the manager and the rep and be like, Jason said this thing.
Immediately.
We don't do so that they can correct it before the deal closes. So Momentum is the foundation for a bunch of our automation.
This video is so edited. It's like they cut out, I don't know, whatever.
And that's been a big focus. Automate everything. Like what is in the rep's way of being on sales calls and following up and generating revenue every single minute of the day.
Yeah.
And so we've gone from, we're probably up 25 to 30% in terms of the revenue generating activity time, because they don't have to fill out CRM after. They don't have to update the notes for the launch team. It's all done for them.
So it's a classic KPI. Is that a top KPI, getting that above 30% time in deals?
I would like the RGA time to be like 70-80%.
70-80%.
Yeah. We've gotten them 25 to 30% more revenue generating activity time.
And I remember back in the day when Brex was taking off and Sam was really into efficiency pre-AI. The goal was at least to be automation state of 2021.
Yeah.
Was the rep would walk in with four appointments on their calendar for them. What's the version of that today?
So for us, it's 4 demos.
4 demos a day, still similar number.
3. I think Sam talks about it 4 meetings of any type. We're trying to get to 4 demos, 3 held because it's SMB So there's an attrition rate
reheld,
and then probably 2 follow-ups, and then a healthy amount of white space where they're calling open opportunities. They're doing a little bit of pipeline generation, but actually not much on the AE side.
Yep.
And then the call prep, call follow-up, CRM, handoff stuff is at a minimum.
So let's talk about AI and follow-up. You probably didn't see it, but I tweeted this and I told this story of this. I wrote a SaaStr post on great AI outreach, terrible follow-up.
I did see this.
Did you see this one?
Yeah.
I don't know if folks saw it. I don't want to repeat it, but like a week ago, I literally got the best outbound email ever. It's like for our podcast and video, like this session. They said, I'll take your session with Kyle. I'll make the world's best clips. I'll automate all the editing. I'll put it on iTunes and Shopify and YouTube for you. I'll do it all for you. It'll all be, I'll guarantee it'll be better than what you're doing today. And it was like, and this is and here are my clients just like SaaStr that will do it.
Yeah.
And this is a week ago. So I'm literally like, I'm in. He's like, you want to do a demo? I'm like, no. What is it? I'm like, I didn't care what it costs. As I said, as long as it's fair, I have no time. I'll buy today. So I was in, and then he sends a follow-up email. What does SaaStr do and how many podcasts have you done?
Yeah, rough.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, I told the story. I'll tell the follow-up, but I want to hear you learn. Yesterday, I told the story before, but I didn't tell the end today. No, what is it? I'm like, I didn't care what it costs. As I said, as long as it's fair, I have no time. I'll buy today. So I was in, and then he sends a follow-up email. What does SaaStr do and how many podcasts have you done?
Yeah, rough.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, I told the story. I'll tell the follow-up, but I want to hear you learn. Yesterday, I told the story before, but I didn't tell the follow-up. Yesterday morning, I got an email from a well-known B2B company. Hey, Jason, saw you'll be at SaaStr next week. Would you like to meet? Next week.
Yeah.
Hey, Jason, I know you might be busy. So many flaws in that. Yes, I might be busy. 2, this is the worst week to meet me of all the 52 weeks of the year. But next week, okay?
Yeah.
So then I email him back. Worst outbound ever. I wrote in all caps. I really can't believe, because I just want to see. I'm not upset. I just want to see.
Yeah.
And then the guy writes back, this is what happens with bad AI automation.
Yeah. I got one of these recently too.
Did you get one of them too? Maybe the same company.
So it's poor orchestration. I think this is when you have people trying to apply AI for the sake of it, but they're not thinking through customer journey and the entire thing.
But how do you do that at owner? So owner, like restaurants do not suffer fools. I have no time.
No.
And your product's expensive.
Yeah.
So how do you automate the follow-up so it's great?
I have a great RevOps leader who is very fluent in sales and the actual go-to-market fundamentals. And I think I see this mistake where you have RevOps people investigating tools and then applying them, but then there's no thought of, okay, how does this get to a rep? How do they follow up? How does the manager then look at what's going on? And so I'm in the process of building what I call the management intelligence layer, which is what is the always on layer for the manager to understand what's happening on a rep by rep basis and get prompted when things are either off base or off track, and so that they can nudge the rep back into track, back onto what they should be doing. And so you have to think through, okay, there's AI tools, but then there's also how does the calendar of the manager look, and how does that integrate with what they're trying to achieve? And so we spent 8 weeks at the beginning of the year redeploying what I call my like core operating methodology. And so we wiped every single meeting off of the calendar, started from a zero base and said, okay, what are the most important activities? Coaching is number one. Okay, let's plant the coaching into the manager's calendars. And then there's like some audit mechanisms. And then how do you make the audit mechanisms as efficient and effective as possible? And so we're starting from what does the business outcome need to look like? And then layering in AI to accelerate all those things, not saying, okay, I want to use AI for this thing and then trying to fit your business into it. And so I think it's really about being thoughtful about how you're orchestrating the entire business and then using AI as a leverage point as opposed to, oh, this AI thing's cool, so I'm going to slap it in.
Okay, let's go to the future a little bit. But before I should know this question, the answer to this question, I don't. What's our typical sales cycle at owner and how many interactions on average does it take until you close the restaurant?
A lot of one-call closes.
A lot of one-call closes.
Sub 7-day sales cycle.
Okay.
And so the first touch point will be a BDR or an SDR follow
the restaurant.
A lot of one-call closes.
A lot of one-call closes.
Sub 7-day sales cycle.
Okay.
And so the first touch point will be a BDR or an SDR following up. They book a meeting, they do a confirmation call, and then demo happens. Lots of calls closed on that. If you're not closing a call in the demo, it's usually on that follow-up call.
Okay.
And if you're not getting them on that follow-up call, the win rate falls precipitously, and so it's almost not worth talking about what happens after that.
So the demo may be a good challenge to this little tweet I have, but I still want to. This is still what I think is going to happen a lot. I wrote this April 2024. AI can't beat a good sales rep. No way. It's dumb. It hallucinates. April 2025, maybe an okay rep, right?
Yeah.
And then April 2026, our AI is better than 80% of reps. I want to hear what you think about that. And then I pulled this. Clary just published this data. Maybe you saw it too, right? I always knew this, but man, this is stark. Clary, I think, was like 1 million opportunities or something. The top 10% of reps close 65% of deals.
Yeah.
I know you have a world-class team, but for these one-call closes, especially when the customer is more sophisticated, yours often isn't. But if I've tried Owner, maybe in a year when everyone has used Owner, do I really need a mediocre sales rep, or can AI close that deal in a year?
We are augmenting reps with AI and not trying to replace as much, but we are building a PLG motion that will be heavily AI.
You're going deeper on PLG, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're in the process of launching our OneMind Superhuman. So it's Amanda Kahlo's new business, founder of Sixth Sense. And that will deliver a lot of the sales experience. So they'll answer questions on the website, build problem awareness, book meetings, answer a bunch of questions.
Yeah.
And me as a buyer, I had a lot of conviction about this OneMind investment because as a buyer, I was going to their Superhuman and asking a bunch of questions. How does it integrate? How does it do this? And I was like, okay, this will work.
Yeah.
And it's a question mark if our SMB restaurant buyer is going to be as interested in that experience as I was. But that will do a lot of the sales funnel. And so what I'm hoping to have is a part of the sales team that is really just order taking. And they are doing 15, 25 minute, hey, I'm a human.
Yeah.
Let me make you feel special. Answer a couple questions, swipe a card, swipe a card. I do believe that the Superhuman will take some portion of people all the way through the finish line. But we're also building a customer journey that is not AI and then human over here. I'm trying to build what I call semi-self-serve, which is a consistent customer journey that has different channels, different experience channels.
That's really good because that's a super important part. Nobody really talks about in business spaces, your customer journey. Like the LTV, everybody's like, all right, your LTV, how do you get customers to stick longer? But I think it really also begins at the forefront, how you acquire your customers, how you treat them during your funnel cycle. They sell, what's the process after? How do you care for them after? And augmenting sales reps with AI, I think would be very beneficial. It would allow the sales reps to use their personalities more to sell the company as opposed to being under a ton of, I don't want to say pressure, but there is pressure when you are selling and you got to make money that way. And I think that there should still be that competitive pressure that's there because it's healthy in certain ways. But I think it would make the job that much easier because you would have all your energy focusing on that last thing and then maybe some touch points here in the future. I don't know.
You can come onto the website, talk to the Superhuman. You can talk to a rep. You can go through the product-led journey in the product where you've got your walkthrough and asynchronous demos. And what we want to build, because where I see people go wrong sometimes, is a way for a buyer to go through that journey, interact in the ways that they want, and not get locked into this attribution problem or these silos where you're shipping the org chart. And if you go through PLG and you don't buy, like there's no follow-up. No, I want a sales rep.
That's the worst. It should be an automated spectrum, right? You should get whatever version from PLG to handheld sales that I want, that the buyer wants, shouldn't I?
Yeah. And people look at that, they go, oh, I'm going to pay a sales commission on this like PLG buyer. And I think it's the wrong way to look at it. I'm really trying to think holistically about the business, holistically about that customer journey, and let people go back and forth, channel to channel, experience to experience, and we're just going to close them wherever we want. And so you could have a rep that is a recent BDR promote that is closing 50 deals in a month at a 9-10K ACV because people are coming to them very warm.
Okay. I don't know how often I need to pause this either. So sometimes I'll just pause it.
Awesome economics. I don't need to squabble over.
You definitely don't need to, a related topic, but Worst case, you got to double pay for a while. The AI, you got to pay the human for the AI.
Great.
And anyone that's done a hybrid freemium self-serve, this is pre-AI. You got to do it. If you get cheap on this, it creates too many conflicts.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. Even though at first you're like, I don't know that an AI is going to close these deals 100%. But then you have PLG, so you already have a continuum. In a year or two, Owner will be deep into 9 figures in revenue, and you're going to get your second and third generation customers. They've already used Owner before.
Yeah.
But they went to it. That restaurant shut down, or they got a new job.
Yeah.
They might not want to talk to a person, especially if the product has a flexible contract, especially if it's a good.
I'm good on that. All right. I think that's enough for me. I got a coaching call in the morning. So early in like 5 hours. So gotta get some sleep. Peace.